Today's Independent Science Board meeting. For today's meeting, we have apologies from John Weens and Joe Fernando, who cannot be here. They are on travel. And we have Joy, who's on the line. Joy, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you.
Well, welcome. And we have a new board member today we'd like to introduce. Our new board member is Tom Holzer, and on behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome you to our board. We're really happy you could join us, and I'd like you to just give a few words about yourself.
We'll need you to talk to the microphone first.
Yeah, just give us a little bit about your background and interest in the Delta, and
like a couple
people
minutes,
get to know you.
or-
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm a geological engineer by training, so my career has been pretty much at the interface of engineering and geology, which tends to make me a fairly practical sort as a scientist, even though my career has been as a research scientist with the USGS. I actually started my career working in groundwater, worked a lot on land subsidence, so I'm quite familiar with the subsidence issues in California. After about 15 years of groundwater work, thanks to my geological engineering background, I sort of switched to a more geotechnical effort, the earthquake program, and spent the last 30 years working on earthquakes. And my particular interest was ground failure and hazard mapping. And what that does, particularly the hazard mapping, it forces you to look at the whole earthquake problem. So I've ended up becoming, over 30 years, familiar with the whole problem of source characterization, how you predict ground motion. And interestingly enough, in the earthquake business, there's a framework, probabilistic seismic hazard analysis, that we use. So virtually any research you do in that area is going to be cast in a probabilistic framework. And a lot of what I did as a researcher was trying to develop probabilistic methods for liquefaction, because most of the emphasis is on ground shaking, driven by really important facilities, things like nuclear reactors, where trying to estimate the risk to a reactor from earthquakes is a pretty important societal decision. The other thing that background brings you, I realized when I was thinking about what I'd tell you about myself, I realized that when I worked on the subsidence problem, I worked on a hazard that is sort of the death of 1,000 cuts. The earthquake problem is a very different one. When the problem comes, it comes as one big problem, not a little problems. So you have a lot of sunny days where everything is going well, a lot like the Delta. And then all of a sudden something really catastrophic happens. And the challenge of getting society to work on those problems, of course, is immense, because they don't have to deal with it on a regular basis. It's not in the news. And I've come to realize that those kind of problems, usually you just have to be patient in solving them, and you solve them a piece at a time. You don't solve them all at once. And it might be interesting for you to sort of hear how California went through its attempt to solve its earthquake problem. The 1906 earthquake actually led to no legislation, no laws that had to do with seismic provisions, even though it was probably the most catastrophic earthquake we've had in this country. It wasn't until an earthquake in 1925 in Santa Barbara that the first seismic provisions for a building code were enacted, and then communities around the state followed that, and then finally by the 70s it became a common aspect of the building code in the state. It wasn't until 1933 that we really had our first public policy kind of thing, and that was the Field Act, which required that schools be protected. And it was a result of the 1933 Long Beach earthquake, which damaged unreinforced masonry schools. And if it had happened during school hours, probably would have killed a lot of children. And interestingly, in California, the reason that law passed, and there's an interesting study by Robert Olson about it, was it followed the St. Francis Dam failure, and Fields had worked with the state engineer And they had sort of figured out how you get new legislation on these safety issues. And so they were already familiar with the process. So when the Long Beach earthquake occurred, the two of them got together and rather quickly came up with the legislation that has affected California schools ever since. Then you have to leap to 1971, almost 40 years later, when the San Fernando earthquake occurred, and there was a lot of damage to hospitals. And that prompted the act that requires hospitals be designed to seismic provisions. And that's something California still struggles with because that's a very expensive thing to do, to replace a hospital. Moving forward in 1989, we had the Loma Prieta earthquake. And what that led to was the state zoning of liquefiable and landslide-prone land. So in urban areas now, for most of the state, there exist maps that are regulatory that require communities to consider those hazards when people are building on soils that require special techniques. And ironically, the reason that happened was Willie Brown was representing the Marina District at the time, which was badly damaged in 1989. And so it shows you how fortuitous these things are, but it also shows you how you really have to take a long-term view of it. And I've come to realize that probably problems like the Delta are going to be like that. And last night at dinner, we were talking a little bit about how long it'll take to implement stuff. And it's just the way the world works, I think, with these major complex problems. And we've already seen, like with the earthquakes, that you can get there. You just have to be willing to keep trucking and working away on it. And my interest in serving on the board sort of stemmed from that background. I have a little bit of experience in the Delta and sort of a casual knowledge of the Delta and some of the issues, particularly on the hazard side and levees. And I was hoping that at least the experience I've had over the course of my career might help a little bit and maybe at least put one notch in the stock of the effort. So that's sort of who I am.
Well, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you here. One of the things we also do is, as we introduce ourselves, is make a statement of whether or not we have any conflicts of interest. So we presume you don't have any new conflicts of interest.
I am not aware of any conflicts of interest.
Okay. So feel free to engage in anything today. We're assuming you are a full-fledged member, and we'll look forward to getting your input, and we'll also look forward to assigning you tasks, particularly if you leave the room for any length of time.
Yeah, Jay has already been over here.
Okay, well, welcome. Let's move on to item number 4 on the overall agenda, which is the my report.
Father and son. Yeah.
And at the last meeting, we had a public comment that someone suggested that since we're in various stages of doing a number of reviews, is there any way to kind of sort of organize that or get it out so the public can understand what we're doing? And so as a result of that, the staff are putting together a website, a Delta ISB website, that will list the various reviews that are underway, put on, I believe, the latest version of whatever we're working on in that review, and what this kind of a status report is. And that'll be I think it's almost ready to go live, but not quite there. But so that'll be something that'll respond directly to that public comment. But I think it'll probably help us all to try and figure out what we're doing and where we are on the various reviews. Because I think right now we're probably have more reviews, thematic reviews underway at any one time than we've had in quite a while. So I also want to mention that this is Tricia's last meeting, and she will still continue to work with the board, I think, till the end of January. But this is her last meeting with us officially, and so I want to thank you for all the help you've given us, particularly on the water quality review. Do you want to? Looks like you want to say something.
Sure.
Say goodbye or a speech.
No, I think it was a really good year. I'm really glad that I was able to work with you guys this last year, especially
the work that I was able to do on the water quality report, I think, really segued nicely into my new position with the state of California doing harmful algal toxin monitoring, given that I was able to help out on that section for the water quality report. So it's been a really good year, and I'm really excited for my next chapter and excited to see what happens with the board next. So I'll be around. I'll be seeing what happens with you guys too. So thank you for the last year. It was really great.
Well, thank you, and we can't tell you how important the Sea Grant Fellows Program has been to our board. You know, having a fellow assigned to us each year has just been a tremendous value, because they really keep us moving. They're usually assigned to at least one review and maybe some other tasks, and as you did with the with the summary sheets and other things, that just is absolutely invaluable to us. And on that note, I want to introduce our new fellow, Catalina, and I wonder if you could, Katerina, if you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background and when you're going to start.
Sure. Hi, so I'm Katerina Pien. I'm currently finishing up my master's degree in marine science at Moss Landing Marine Labs. I've been studying the seasonal and spatial distribution of sharks and rays in Elkhorn Slough, which is an estuary connected to the Monterey Bay. I'm starting my fellowship with the ISB and adaptive management in March. So I'll be moving down to Sacramento and excited for my next year. I'm really looking forward to learning about all the different types of research that are being done in the Delta and seeing how agencies are coordinating with each other and with the public, and just looking forward to getting policy experience and improving the health of the Delta.
Well, welcome on board. We're looking forward to working with you, and probably a lot on the monitoring review. I forgot to mention that Trish is also giving a paper at the IEP workshop in March, so some of us will get a chance to see what she's up to. Speaking on the IEP workshop, I just want to give an update. The board is going to be presenting two official papers there. I'll be giving one in the very beginning, along with, I think John's in the same session, just summarizing what the what our board's been up to. And what I'll do is just go through and a little bit of briefing about who we are again, because it's been a couple of years since they've heard that, and what our basic goal is and responsibilities are, and then briefly tap into talking about each of the reviews, and maybe at that stage ask for input on some of the questionnaires that may be available during that time. And then Tracy's giving a talk towards the end of the conference. Do you want to say what you're...
Because I'm not sure yet. But I've been asked to talk about the sort of the value of long-term monitoring data sets, and I have a lot of experience from work in other systems as well as some knowledge from down here. But I'm basically a third string choice because both Vince and Liz are not available for that meeting. So I'm going to be leaning on them in the next few weeks and pulling the talk together and getting it. But I actually have a lot of thoughts I want to put out there, and I think I'll try to make it kind of fun and kind of provocative because I'm at the end of the day. So try to get everybody ready for the poster social or whatever comes next. So
I think our abstracts are due Monday, right?
Monday, what month? Yeah.
Okay. The last thing I had is just that the Delta, the board will be giving an update, a status update to the council, which we do annually, but I'll be giving that on February 22nd to the council. And again, probably just give them my IEP report, but talk about the various things we've been up to and where we're going. So any comments or questions on any of that? Okay, the rest of our agenda is, this morning we'll be going through our standard reports from the lead scientists from the council and from our status reports on various reviews we're undergoing, and also look at our summary sheet. And then this afternoon we'll be going into another seminar and panel like yesterday, and this one more focused on water, or on monitoring, and Vince will be taking over for that panel as he did yesterday. With that, I'll turn it over to John for the lead scientist report.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. And I also want to extend Steve's welcome to Tom, and really, I know the staff and Cliff and I spent a lot of time on the search, and we were very happy with the results. And one thing Tom didn't mention that when we were making decisions was that Tom's done a lot of, in addition to his really focused science work and management work, he's done a fair amount of work looking at broader audiences. And I know he's working on a climate change book for a broader audience as well. So I think, definitely, as we heard about at the IEP discussion yesterday, communication is critical, and I think Tom's very much aware of that. So that was part of why we're so impressed with him. So the few things I want to talk about this morning, first is the Delta Science Plan update. So really probably the biggest initiative that the science program is taking on this year is to update the science plan. You are all familiar with the science plan. The first science plan was developed in 2013, right after the Delta plan. And it really is the framework for the science program's efforts, and really, the slogan or the emphasis from the initial science plan was One Delta, One Science, and really bringing together the range of organizations and agencies that are working within the Delta. And I think it's been very successful. But just as with the Delta plan, it was set up with a mandatory 5-year review to make sure that the plan stays current and relevant. And so that's what one of the key things that we're undertaking this year. As with the original Delta Science Plan, a big part of that will be stakeholder input. So we'll be working over the next few months to get input from a variety of agencies and others around the Delta. And we also want to get your input and your review on the plan. There's a letter that gives you an overview of sort of the process that we're developing, and Yumi Henneberry, who's here in the audience, is coordinating the effort and really facilitating all of the logistics for the plan, and has really put together a thoughtful approach of how we're going to go through this development. I think the plan is really primarily on target, so I don't expect that there's going to be dramatic changes, but we will. There's 31 different actions that were identified in the original science plan, and we're going to look through and see which of those we've already met and which of those really may not be maybe we haven't met them and they aren't on target. And then we want to think much more broadly about what new issues or new action items do we want to bring in. And as you heard at the discussion at the IEP workshop, and something I've heard throughout my 5 months here, is the need for coordination, the need for, the science plan itself is really a high-level framework for coordination, and I think there's a lot more interest in finer scale planning of what actually needs to be done on the ground to achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve within the Delta in terms of maintaining water reliability and improving ecosystems. And so I don't envision that the science plan itself will get into those super fine scale details, but I think we'll try to make a much better effort to coordinate and to identify where there are what those needs are and how they could be developed in the short term. So we will be coming back to you in March with more of an update after we've gotten some more input. We're really just beginning the process now, and so in March we'll give you an update of what we think some of the likely changes are coming down the road. And then, and if you'd like to give input on any of the issues that we're developing, we'd love to get your input early on, but your formal review will be in September. So in September, it will be a close to finished draft that you'll have a chance to review, and then we'll give you about 2 months, a month and a half to 2 months to do that review and give us some formal feedback on the science plan. And that will be, along with what Jessica Law is going to talk about in the ecosystem chapter that's being updated within the Delta plan, those will be the 2 documents really that we'll ask you for formal review on, at least currently planned for this year. So That's an overview on the science plan. Yes, questions?
Question on the science plan. It could be a little problematic if we wait to have a formal request for us to look at it in September and then a short turnaround, and it's basically done. I mean, we've been down this road a couple of times before where
Yeah.
we can be a difficult group sometimes, and we come up with things that they could be substantive, and I think we should look for a way to have us involved.
Yeah, so we'd
More
be happy to
formally
get your
earlier on.
input earlier on.
I just think it's a good idea because I don't want to go where we went a couple times before. So.
Yeah,
It'll make better use of us.
okay. Well, we'll think about the scheduling, and like we said, in March, we will give you an update of where we envision changes coming, so that you can see what the general plans are. And then there will be opportunity. I think we're going to come back in July to the council, so we will update you throughout and give you opportunities to give more general feedback throughout the process. We don't want to burden you. We don't want to give you too much.
So I think what we can do
But-
is probably, if you formally give us an update in March and July, or do we have a meeting in June? I can't remember. Anyway, then we can take it on ourselves to say, we have read this, we'll discuss it, and then if we think we have something substantive, it's then on us. I don't think you have to formally ask us to
Okay.
review that.
Perfect.
But we can then say, we would
Okay.
like to give feedback, and then we can take that on as a board, I think, is probably the most appropriate way. Because as Dick always says, we're the independent science board, so.
Yeah. Yes.
Or we can have a 2 or 3 person team just following you a little more closely early.
Yeah, if you would like to do that, that would be very helpful for us, I think, so. If you want to think about who might participate in that.
John's not here.
Okay.
Another approach you might think about is have a little public discussion about what your strategic thinking is on the plans and updates to the plan, and then just have a conversation, maybe with us and perhaps some other people on a panel about that early on in the next couple of months.
Okay.
That might be another good way to, because you want to have some public discussion of this and
Yeah.
build up about it, and rather than just, giving us something almost final in September and having it, throw over the wall twice.
Yeah.
And that's not very useful.
Yeah. Well, that's, I think, what the March discussion should be, something along those lines, I think.
But we can make a couple hours, I imagine, for that, if that's useful.
Yumi, do you want to add something?
If that's okay.
Hi, sorry, just quickly, we will be having a public workshop at the end of March and early April to receive sort of more detailed input from the broader public, and I don't know if it would be appropriate for the ISB to participate in that, but that's one
At
opportunity.
least some could.
And the March update, one of the ideas was to go over maybe like a plan of action for the ISB as well, so perhaps that could be also something to discuss, like how you wanted to approach the review. So if September is too late, perhaps discussion during that time on whether you would like to do like a 2 to 3 person work group or something would be helpful.
I tend to think that our time is not best spent planning our review, but our time is probably better spent discussing strategic aspects of the plan and how to make it more useful and better and things like that, rather than planning the plan of the review of the plan.
Okay, great. Let's see, two other things that I wanted to mention. One is, in addition to the brown bags that we're having as part of the monitoring review, there's 3 additional brown bags this month, so it's a busy month for brown bags. And so there's 3 towards the end of January on ecosystem services in the Delta. And those will be live broadcasts. So January 17th, Irina Dronova from UC Berkeley, who actually is a former Delta Science postdoc fellow, will be presenting. And then on January 22nd, Van Butzig, also from UC Berkeley, will be presenting on ecosystem services and reserve selection. And then on January 31st, Ben Bryant from the Natural Capital Project at Stanford will be presenting on Central Valley landscape issues for ecosystem services. So I think that should be a very good series, and I encourage you to consider watching those from afar. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is just a recent paper that came out in Science Magazine that I'll be presenting to the Stewardship Council later in the month on the Mekong Delta. It was featured in early December, and was actually on the cover of Science Magazine, focusing on flows and food production in the Mekong Delta. And I'll send a link to all of you so that you can see the paper. But it, really highlights the same kinds of issues that we're thinking about here in the Sacramento, of how do you manage a river and how do you manage flows on a river for multiple services. And especially with the many, many dams that are planned on the Mekong, these authors from University of Arizona, University of Washington, and also from Cambodia they looked at historic flows over a 100-year period and evaluated the characteristics of the hydrograph that are most associated with fish production, with fish catch. And they had a 100-year series of hydrographs and a 17-year data set of fish collection or fish catch on the Tonle Sap River in the lower Mekong, or Tonle Sap Lake or river in the lower Mekong Basin. And they correlated those. What they found, as you would expect, is the pulse flows in the wet season, the intensity and the duration of those are strongly associated with fish catch. But what they found that was interesting was that also a long period of low flow leading up to that also had some correlation with fish catch. And so they make some recommendations based on their findings on how the river could be managed to maximize fish production. And so it's an interesting article, and they thoughtfully they use a complex multivariate analysis to look at the flows and then link the flow characteristics and link those flow characteristics to fish catch. So I think that's something interesting and worth looking at. The last thing I'll mention briefly is I agree that the Sea Grant Fellows program really is an outstanding program that we've benefited from dramatically and are really happy to support. We also are separately, the science program and the Stewardship Council supports the Delta Science Fellows program. And that program, we're actually just soon to finalize decisions. We had a number of really strong applications, and we'll probably be able to fund about 7 to 9 new PhD and postdoc fellows that will be working within the Delta. And I think one unique aspect of that program is that not only do the fellows have an academic mentor, but they have an institutional mentor to ensure that the work they're doing has a strong connection to management and to applied issues. So soon, and I think you've heard from some of the science fellows have presented to you, I think, have they? Or maybe they presented to the council. Yeah, actually they presented to the council. But we'll be announcing them in the next month or two, and we'll be sure to update you and let you know what those decisions are.
Okay, thanks, John. Any questions, comments from the board or the public? Okay. The next item is the council report being given by Jessica Law.
Good morning, board members. So I just wanted to give a few quick updates. One, Happy New Year also. At the January council meeting, we'll be giving an overview of the 2018 priorities for the council, both the planning division and the science program. I think John and I are giving that update. We have a very busy year planned. There's a lot going on with the Delta Plan, amendments to it. There's a CSO, a DLIS, and a performance measures amendment that we've been working on, and I know you've been engaged with. And then also we're working on the ecosystem amendment. We are also doing a 5-year review of the Delta Plan, similar to the science program, doing a review of the science plan. So it's going to keep us pretty busy next year. In terms of the ecosystem amendment, I know you've been tracking progress on that amendment. We started last fall, maybe October, and really kicked it off with a lot of outreach. So we're still continuing to do outreach, mostly listening sessions with NGOs, water districts, interested parties. And we've heard some interesting feedback so far from those groups. I just wanted to review a few of the top key themes that we've heard back. We've heard a lot about broadening the focus on natural communities beyond fish to include other taxa and natural communities, and then to work on further defining multi-benefit habitat restoration projects, so flood protection and fish habitat in the context of the Delta. We've heard a lot of feedback about using more innovative and evidence-based approaches for natural resource management. So really moving beyond mitigation, which is fairly dominant in the system, and trying to move more towards ecological function and process when undertaking restoration, and then consider how working lands and agricultural lands can help improve restoration opportunities, especially where they're adjacent to existing or planned conservation lands. We've heard a lot of feedback about developing clear and smart ecological goals and objectives that are measurable using best available science. And then we've heard a bit about the role of the Delta and sort of within a broader context, considering what will be needed to support populations of wildlife and fish with other landscape scale conservation activities in the valley, the Great Central Valley in Sacramento, and then also the estuary too. And I think that continues on the theme that we heard a lot last year, which is really furthering the connections between the Bay and the Delta. So in terms of timeline, we're going to have a really busy year, and especially the next few months are going to be really busy putting together the amendment. Right now, staff and our consultants are working on a series of synthesis papers. There's 3 topics. The first one is on climate change. It's really focused on a synthesis of work recently. So current literature review and synthesis efforts focused on capturing best available science related to shifts in climate, sea level rise, and implications for planning within the Delta, and summarizing approaches to climate change and sea level rise mitigation and adaptation as they relate to restoration with the Delta. The paper is really focused just on ecosystem. We're looking at doing a broader climate vulnerability assessment for the Delta next year. So this is really just going to be the start of it specifically for Chapter 4. We're also doing a synthesis paper on terrestrial and aquatic systems, current literature review and synthesis efforts, and really will provide an opportunity to look at ecological processes as they relate to flows, food webs, habitat conductivity, and species response to restoration. And then the third is much more focused on management, so conservation planning and restoration, focused on classic and emerging approaches to landscape conservation and restoration, so reserve design, restoration, and opportunities to enhance wildlife values on non-restored lands. So these papers will be out probably February or March, so that's just around the corner. I know we're working already with the subcommittee and keeping the subcommittee or working group updated on progress. So we'll continue to work with that group and talk about early drafts and get feedback. And then spring is when we'll have a sort of early set of performance measures and refined regulations and recommendations. So we'll certainly be looking for your feedback on that. Any questions about the ecosystem amendment? Jay?
So you mentioned a working group. Do you have any science board members active in that working group?
So that is the Independent
All right,
Science
good.
Board working group. Yep.
Just wanted to,
It's an ecosystem review group.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the things we brought up yesterday in that discussion was that these white papers, we believe, are in part a response to our recommendation of the CSO amendment, and that there would be a separation of here's an assessment of where the science is at, what the science is telling you, and then one can therefore conclude a policy or an action item
Right.
on the basis of that. So it'd be a more clear separation of those those two documents. And it was still a little bit unclear, you know, if the amendments had if there been enough work on the amendments so that these papers would be the ones that would give you guidance in terms of the amendments. So that, I don't expect an answer, but that was just a thought we had. We mentioned it to John yesterday, so.
Okay, yeah, we can continue to track that. Okay.
Any other questions for Jessica on that topic?
I had another thought on the white papers, and it might be too late for these white papers, but this is maybe a
Yeah.
process that would be evolving over decades. It should be, is it on?
Yeah, I need you to speak closer to the.
Oh, okay. So this might be too late for these white papers, but just as a longer-term thing, these white papers, I think, in many cases, will be opportunities for you to get other state agencies and maybe even stakeholders on board with a common basis of technical and science background for these issues. And so I encourage you to find other ways to involve the expertise and authorities of others in this. So it's not, I know it's harder to do those that way, but if you get the right people from the right places, it'll make the whole world move better.
We, thank you, that's helpful. Right now, we do have an interagency work group that's helping provide feedback and recommendations, and they'll be seeing a copy of the white papers. And I think we're starting to see drafts of them and starting to review them, and they are doing, the approach that they're taking is both synthesis of best available science and starting to look at the recommendations and sort of where that leads, so that it's not, the thoughts are connected there, where, you know, you're looking at what the gaps in knowledge are and where starting to set targets and look at performance measures and recommendations for performance measures.
Okay, did you have more to report?
The only other thing was just a comment on the IEP review yesterday, and to let you know that when we did the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting last November, that meeting was really focused on ecosystem restoration, really trying to get feedback from those committee members on a vision for 2050 ecosystem restoration. And then we also, of course, talked about One Delta One Science and the science plan. Yumi and Lindsay both came and presented a review of that. And at the end of the meeting, Paul Souza, who's the regional director for U.S. Fish and Wildlife, made a comment about really needing to understand a bit more about science governance in the Delta, and had placed really a request to do a crosswalk of science governance in the Delta. So I just wanted to say there's a lot of people who are looking forward to your recommendations on IEP, and certainly the DPIC committee members are thinking along the same lines too. So.
Okay, well, thanks, Jessica. Okay, the next item on our agenda is we're moving into updates on some of the review planning for 3 of our reviews. And we'll start out with IEP. Vince?
Well, you know, yesterday we had a very, very interesting afternoon, both with Steve Culberson giving a very, very detailed overview of IEP, and then the panel discussion, which was very, very interesting in terms of their perceptions of how IEP is functioning. The issue of fragility came up oftentimes. And it fits very well in terms of how we're advancing with our review. The prospectus, of course, has been out, has been commented on. We have also developed a questionnaire. Now, the questionnaire has been through both the Delta Science Program and the subgroup of the DISB in terms of comments, and we've met yesterday, and we have some slight changes, which we'll send out to the board next week, I hope. What we're going to do with this is we will mail it to all of the participants in the IEP conference in March for their comments. You know, as with any questionnaire, you know, we're going for a lot for general impressions in terms of quantitative scores, and then for detailed comments, which we found worked so well in the water quality review, which Liz and Tracy and I and Tricia were involved in. We hope that Katerina, in addition to her interest in the monitoring review, monitoring enterprise review, will also perhaps get interested in this because the two of them are so closely linked because so much of the monitoring in the Delta is done by IEP. So we'll make sure that we get you on the mailing list for these. So the idea is to distribute this for broad coverage. Also, we have a list of people that we will interview personally. And these are both people within the IEP and outside the IEP in terms of getting their take on governance structure and a variety of other issues. But I think we're making very, very good progress. And the Liz, Tracy, and Dick are very involved in this. So I think we're making, as I said, good progress. Oh, that's just your presence is enough to. So thank you. Any questions or comments? Anybody want to add anything based on our discussions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Vince. We'll move on to water supply reliability. Jay?
So we have this draft prospectus out.
That microphone's not very effective.
I'm usually so soft-spoken. So we have this draft prospectus out. We've gotten a couple of comments from folks outside. You have some of one of them, most substantive one before you. The general approach, as I said last time, is to not review all of reliability because that's like reviewing all of ecosystems. But to look at how do we estimate water supply reliability and what do we mean by that? And I think hopefully Tom being on board and having some acquaintance with probability will help on this because it's in some ways similar to probabilistic analysis of other services that one might expect out of levies or something else. But it's, we're going to have a lot of discussions, I think, about exactly what we mean and exactly how we're going to do it and what we're not going to do, most importantly, because there'll be most of it we won't do. We'll have to focus it in order to make it useful. So I think the prospectus speaks for itself and be happy to hear any thoughts on it. And we have, I guess, it's open for public comment until the 12th, at least as a formal period. I'm sure we'll be interested in hearing comments afterwards, after that time, but the ball is rolling slowly.
Okay, Dick?
Yeah, I guess I'm still the person in contention here that I find it strange to say what we will not do before we've begun. And we've, in the lines 53 to 58, we say we'll not do climate. And then, of course, on line 70, we do say we'll do climate. And that's confusing. But to say on line 56 that we're not doing evapotranspiration, that's crazy. Evapotranspiration is extremely important. It's almost as important as precipitation.
What I don't want to do is, it's an educated spam filter on your audio system. What I want to not do is get lost in the uncertainty analysis of evapotranspiration estimates. I can cite you a long list of studies that do that. I don't think we need to repeat those things. I want to look at how do we accumulate all of these different factors to look at overall reliability of the service provision of water supply.
I would still just strike that paragraph because it sort of suggests we're not doing things that we are doing. That's all.
All right.
Any other comments or input? Okay, the next one is on ecosystems, and the ecosystem work group is Dick and John and Joy and myself. And we've actually made some progress, I think, since our last meeting. John put together an initial draft of sort of bulleted ideas, and then we've all had a chance to comment on that, and we spent a good time yesterday, I think, evolving our ideas. We're sort of in the same situation in a sense as Jay just described, is that ecosystems is a big topic, and we're trying to figure out what would be useful, and our review by necessity would be useful to management, I guess, is to focus on the science. We want to focus on the state of the science as opposed to, let's say, doing an ecosystem review of food webs or review of food webs. It's to look at the scientific aspects of things. So that's something we're clearly thinking about. We did get a chance to talk to John yesterday, and who joined us, and about the white papers that are being done with respect to the ecosystem amendment, which we think will be very useful kind of summaries of certain topics that may help inform our review. And we realize those papers we think are mostly designed to summarize the state of the science, and which will help us because our focus will be on summarizing the scientific needs. So in terms of focusing, we've gone through and evolved a few things. If you go back to some of the original comments, remember this topic came up as part of our review, or part of our retreat, and the topics that came out of that retreat were fish and food webs, ecosystem forecasting, invasives, and then something about the ecosystem amendment. And some of the discussions we've had has been one is to recognize that what's really important is to realize that the system is undergoing continuous change, and how can the ecosystem respond to that change. We've talked about the driving forces in sort of any ecosystem change, and there's usually typically 5 driving forces, and it's, if I can get some of these: climate change, habitat alteration, resource use, invasive species, and pollution. Those are usually considered the 5 driving forces. And should we focus on one of those, invasive species, we've had a lot of discussion about as an example. We then focused a little bit more, we talked a lot about novel ecosystems, and realizing that there's a lot of debate in the literature now about novel ecosystems, basically accepting the system the way it is in some sense, and realizing that if you look at the original language, it says the co-equal goals, they talk about the protection and restoration and forget the third word of the ecosystem, which right away says that there's some belief you can restore, and you want to protect the system the way it is. That led us to a discussion of the topic of resilience, and how resilience is an ecosystem to change, which is something that does have some management implications, is, how resilient is the delta, for example, to invasive species? Is there any way we can predict or forecast that? Or is it resilient? How resilient is it to climate change or additional habitat alteration? Those also kind of work in reverse too. One can think about how resilient is the current system to restoration. Can you actually take it back? It may be very not resilient to restoration efforts, or certain parts of it not. What those parts are, we've talked about species, we talked about various measurements of ecosystem structure or ecosystem function. And it may sound like I'm babbling, but those are all broad topics. But I do think we're now moving towards a focus, which will probably have the word resilience in it. We'll probably be talking about novel ecosystems and about these major driving forces and how the ecosystem may or may not be able to respond to those. I'm sure invasives and food webs are also in there. The next step is that Joy has already put together a little summary of our discussion yesterday, and I will take that and put that together in text. We'll pass it around our work group, and by the time our February meeting is, I'll promise with a lot of parentheses that it may not happen, but that we would have a text for at least to look at that may not be probably will not be a prospectus, but it'll be a sort of a focus area with some words written in it and some definitions of those words, and that'll be a topic that we can actually discuss as a full board and help guide us. So I don't know if Dick or Joy, you have anything to add to that, or?
It's a good summary.
Joy?
That was a good summary, thank you.
Okay, any questions on that or comments? Or I guess any public comment on any of these three reviews? Okay. I'm just looking at the schedules here. It says take a break of way ahead of schedule. We are way ahead of schedule, but I'm inclined to go through the next topic and then take a break. Does that seem reasonable? Okay, the next topic is the water quality review, and that's to be led by Tracy and Liz.
So we released for public comment on December 15th the full draft of the water quality science review. Edmund, we didn't get any comments last night, so to date we have 0 comments from the public. So we're on the downhill slope, we think. No, I know we're going to get some comments. We tried to, yeah, we will get some comments. So we're waiting for that. The comment period closes January 29th, the 30 business days of comment. We look forward to receiving that, as well as we've gotten a few sets of some individual comments from board members on the public release draft, and anything else you want to send in is more than welcome while we wait for the full set of public comments. We met yesterday to talk about what we're going to be doing on the water quality review while we're waiting for public comments. One of the things that was brought up primarily by Brian, but I think everybody thought it was a good idea, was try to have some graphic representations of the subject in the report, which we think is a great thing to say and a hard thing to do. We talked about it. We came up with some ideas that we will probably be floating by the ISB either individually or perhaps at our February meeting. We have, I think, some good ideas. One of the main ones focuses around what conceptual models do we have in the Delta currently of some of the aspects of water quality that we cover in this review. And I've been looking through the DRERIP models, and we have some, but there is this is just my personal observations from yesterday. There is a huge range of detail in those models. Some are very bare bones, some are intensely detailed. And so I don't think yet we have a consistent set of models that we can use, but I'll be talking with you, John, and probably with Lauren, making sure that we're aware of historical conceptual models that have been used in the Delta, because those are always, my experience, those can be very useful in helping people to understand the subject matter that we're talking about. Another issue was the issue that Jay brought up, which we again thought was really good. Do we want to, and we wanted to talk about this here as a full board, for this review as well as for future reviews, when we make recommendations, would it behoove us to make recommendations about who the implementors of those recommendations would be? The feeling is that if we don't say anything, then everybody says it's somebody else's problem, the report goes on a shelf and nothing happens. On the other hand, what we talked about some yesterday is if we say, based on our knowledge, which is probably somewhat limited of the full breadth of agencies and actors in the Delta, if we start saying it's this group's responsibility, then are we letting other people off the hook, so to speak, who actually would have some responsibility? So what we talked about yesterday was perhaps what we will do, we'll add one more very short section to the water quality review where we're going to talk about next steps. Because right now, as a board, we've decided next steps include an effective outreach plan, to include the one-pager. But another part of that outreach plan could be to make ourselves available to the actors in the region to talk about how would we implement some of these recommendations. So what we talked about was, and I'll open this up for discussion from the full board in just a minute, it's not necessarily appropriate for the ISB to determine who should be conducting these actions. But we certainly have gone through the interview process, the data gathering process. We've come up with recommendations. So I think it could be very useful for us to work with the Delta Science Program, other parts of the Delta Stewardship Council staff, and to just have a focused discussion of, for these recommendations, number one, do they make sense, or are they crazy? Because that's always good to get feedback on. And number two, if this recommendation was going to be moved forward, how would you do that? And we would expect at a discussion like that, we would get questions like, what do you mean by this recommendation? What were you actually trying to achieve? And I think that, again, this small group, just three of us, Vince and Liz and I, the working group met yesterday. Tricia is already bailing on us. No, I'm just kidding. So we'll talk about you later. But I think it would be good for us to provide our subject matter expertise in what we did in the review and say, how could this inform next steps for the broader community, but not for us to be prescriptive about what those next steps should be. So I'm curious to see what other board members think about that, and I'll shut up. Vince, Liz, do you want to, those are the two main things we wanted to talk about here today, I think. Did I miss out anything, leave anything out? Liz always points out what I left out, so I always look at her first. Okay, yeah. So I'll open up to comments from the board on, number one, this idea of moving forward on or trying to figure out how our recommendations could move forward is, I think, a good thing to do. Is it the board's responsibility to do, or should the board help to catalyze that or support that effort? And I'm just curious what people think. And I'll look at Jay first, since you brought up the comments.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it, and range of options for us as a board. We're in that sort of curious, awkward position of trying to say things about science in ways that are relevant for policy without wading too much into policy. But if we, if we're too puritanical about that separation, then we're not being very useful. And so I think we should always be sort of challenging that interface a little bit, or at least, not being ashamed of doing that, because that's part of our job, is to mess with the policy without becoming policy. The idea of having a report that has a follow-on that engages the people in authority that could do this stuff, I think is a really good idea. One thought comes to mind of maybe we want to sort of wait before we finalize the report, have a meeting with the agencies that are in authority in a pointed way, and then in an ideal world, we would have our report that has, here's what they've agreed to. And that way we might be able to move things along really well. I think that's probably delusional. But even if you weren't successful in that, you would have probably moved the ball forward further than if we just dropped the report on their desk. So sometimes you have to sort of go on a little bit of a delusional course and then be satisfied with half a loaf.
Dick?
I've grappled with it with the Delta's place. And, you tasked me with writing an editorial on Delta's place. And there was so little that had been done, and yet it was a legislative directive to include Delta's place, and it just was not being included. And if it were being included, the decisions on the tunnels would be quite different. And is it our responsibility to say, things are really not being done correctly here? And I didn't feel like I, on behalf of the board, could assume that responsibility. And I didn't know how to write a Delta's Place editorial without, in effect, saying that.
Yeah, I think that question of whether or not you ought to assign a task to a specific agency is an interesting one. In part, there may be some obvious answers, and those I think we should go ahead, whether it's like the Water Quality Monitoring Council should have more authority to do X, Y, and Z. Sort of a step in between that is to make very specific recommendations, like we had in a couple of other reviews, like forming a modeling team or having a workshop that addresses this, or, so it's more tactical, maybe even strategic recommendations about how you accomplish the overarching recommendations and what might be the next steps, like you're talking about putting together. That may be certainly easier to handle than saying who should have the ultimate responsibility, because you're right, you might let everyone off the hook and miss the person who really should be doing it or wants to do it. So.
I have a comment about that, who should be.
Turn on your mic.
Get a little closer.
Yeah.
My experience with the federal government is that when you name the person who should be doing it, that is a good way of getting a champion for doing it, particularly if it's consistent with their budget. So I think if you followed the procedure Jay was talking about, talk to them first and see what they really want to do, because obviously if they don't want to do it, naming them doesn't do any good. But if they want to do it, you've basically handed off the problem and maybe get a solution that you wouldn't otherwise.
Allows you to get lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to maybe contribute a little bit of perspective. Again, we weren't, at least right now, we weren't comfortable with assigning responsibility to specific recommendations, but in recent reviews, we've also acknowledged the importance of doing outreach as part of the maybe the final chapter of these reviews that we do. And I guess maybe like as a compromise position, what we thought was important was for us to build some of the outreach activities into the body of the report itself, so it would be clear what we intended the next steps to be and who we might connect with in terms of trying to implement some of the suggestions that we make.
Turned it off on me. What Jay proposed was that we don't finalize the review until we've done the outreach and actually had it. And I agree, that's delusional, but delusional is not a bad thing to shoot for.
My best successes have been coming
Yeah. Myself, personally, I would feel more comfortable with actually saying, we will have an outreach effort that will involve discussions of implementation of these recommendations with the appropriate parties, and we'll put some thought into who that would be. It would focus a lot on the Delta Science Program. And we would commit to then, in collaboration probably with the Delta Science Program, or either charge the Delta Science Program or charge us with input from this outreach effort, with then giving recommendations for the implementation of our previous recommendations, which gets a little wordy, but I would not want us to hold off on the final water quality science review until we've had this outreach discussion and talked about implementation. I think that'll put us off another 6 or 8 months. And I'd like to check this one off the box, or years, yeah, or it could go into the weeds, but I agree that it's great to try, and maybe for a next review, one of our upcoming reviews, we maybe try to make a stronger statement that part of our process will work in as we develop recommendations earlier in the process, because these recommendations have been out. The public has seen them, or pretty close to final versions of them, for about 3 or 4 months, that we should build that in much sooner in the process and try to see if we can come up with implementation recommendations as well. But that's my feeling is.
Steve, I
Joy?
have a suggestion. The report could go out final, and the summary sheet could have the recommendations, and then that summary sheet could be used to survey the various agencies to see which of those things they would like to participate in more, and then the final summary sheet could identify them by name, who's going to do what.
Then we have to get our recommendations down to less than 10. But I think that's a good approach, Joy. We did that a little bit with the adaptive management summary sheet, at least as far as putting in the recommendations, but we didn't put all of them in. We only put a subset of what we thought were probably the most important ones. So it'll make the summary sheets a little wordy, but I think what I'm hearing from you, and Jay was sort of nodding at me while I was telling him he was delusional, is that if we at least build in a discussion of implementation once the report comes out and commit to having that discussion and trying to decide what that implementation would look like. I think that's a big step forward for the board compared to what we've done in the past. And it's maybe achievable and not as delusional as you'd like, but. So I'm taking that away from this, that we will add that to our report in terms of next steps and then try to figure out what that looks like. And John, I think what I might like to do is to be able to tap into Lauren a little bit with her extremely dense historical knowledge and network of what's going on to see if even this step would also be delusional, so. Okay. Good, Jay.
You might think about, as a conversation before you finalize it, having a couple of conversations with, Lauren is a good person, but some of the folks in the agencies that are responsible, and say, you've seen this draft report, presuming that they have, and we want to make some implementation recommendations. What would you recommend we say? And that might give you some. It might either set up the conversation for the afterwards, or it might give you immediately some useful things to actually put in the implementation section without taking a lot of time.
Yeah, it seems, the competition between the agencies on implementation of many different things is considerable. And I'm just hesitant for us to get into the middle of that.
I think that's what I was trying to say earlier, Dick. I don't want us to get in the middle of being the final producer of the how implementation should go. I would like our recommendations and what went into those recommendations to be made available in some structured way to the Delta Science Program, to the right people in the agencies that would obviously be involved in implementation, and from that derive an implementation plan. But myself, I'm not comfortable with that implementation plan being owned by the ISB, because we certainly can't enforce it. It's powerful to put in there, but I think it would be stronger if it came from the DSP or the Delta Stewardship Council, or hell, let's bring it to DPIC and make them approve it. So yeah,
or the legislature.
Or yeah, the legislature. Yeah, so the new governor. So anyway, we'll work on this, and you'll see another draft of this. We're waiting for public comment, and we'll come up with a new version. Hopefully, we'll get this thing done soon.
I'm just interested in seeing the report come out with as much momentum towards implementation, not messing with the details, but making it a little bit harder to ignore.
I hear you, and it's
making it harder to ignore is maybe the key words.
I'd like to bring up another point that came up in our discussions. In some of our early drafts, Joy and some other committee members brought up the fact are our recommendations based on our own analysis and our own conclusions, or are they based on the conclusions given this vast amount of data that we collected? And I think we've dealt with this in this report, but I want to mention this now because I think, especially as we're going into these reviews, where we're getting a lot of the water quality review had more input than any of the previous reviews that we had done in terms of just the number of comments, the number of opinions. And I think as we're doing this more, we should be aware of, different ways of approaching this. And Tracy and I talked about one this morning where we, for example, set up some a priori hypotheses of what we think this review, and we can test against these. So I'm just mentioning this because we had a long discussion with this yesterday. And again, we've handled it in this review adequately, but in the future, I think it's something we all should be aware of.
Any other comments then on the water quality review? I think the next steps, Edmund, are that we are going to keep working on on some illustrations, and we are going to eagerly await public comment, and we're planning to add a section on next steps, which would include some of the outreach. And we will take under advisement the discussion we've had here just now about the trying to make the report unignorable. I was never successful at that as a federal scientist, but by God, I'll do it now. So anyway.
Okay, thanks, Tracy. Any other comments from anyone? Okay, we'll take a break now, but I want to give a heads up that we might move item number 11, which is the monitoring enterprise summary of status, Vince. And we could move that up just before lunch if we have sufficient time. So let the audience know that. We can do that, right, Edmund? Yes, we can. Yes, okay. So let's take a 10-minute break or so and be back at about 10:20. Okay, I'd like to reconvene our meeting. Our next topic is item number 9 on the agenda, which is status of the summary sheets. And Tricia, are you going to lead that?
Yes, I am. So I think everyone has seen a couple versions of this adaptive management one-pager already, and we, the staff, would like to present this as the final version and ask if this is something that people are comfortable with posting on the website and then also printing for distribution at the IEP workshop in March. So this was a highly collaborative effort, and I know a lot of you put some time into this, so I really thank you for all your comments and contributions to this. I also want to thank all the staff that took a part in this, especially Brittany Young, who really was the point person for the last couple of months on this. And so I think everything that has been pointed out to us has been incorporated, and I think it's in really good shape. So we would like to see if everyone is comfortable with this being the final product.
Yes, thank you.
You know, Tricia, one thing I would add is that, like when we had the water quality meeting yesterday, we ended up spending time planning already what these one sheet, or what do we call them, summary sheets? Is that what we're calling them?
Summary sheets. Let's call them summary sheets.
And I think all this discussion and this, going back and forth, and Joy's comments and John's really helped, because certainly for all of our future reports, we're going to be thinking right from the beginning, how do we do this?
That's great. Great.
I just want to know if that's really John Weems' email address, or is that just a...
It's a dummy email address.
He does have different ones from Gmail, so I just double checking.
This is the one that he would like comments on or more information from.
So I don't know, do we need to do anything? I don't think we need to vote or anything, just without objection, then we'll
Okay,
call it
great.
done.
I think it'll be a really cool addition to the IEP workshop. It'll be really interesting. So thank you, everyone, for your contributions. It's been really good.
Well, thank you. So
you.
the thought, Edmund, then is we'll mass produce these and bring them along somewhere? And
Steve, can I just make a comment? When you hold it up to light, it bleeds through. Are you going to be printing this on a thicker paper, or?
Yeah, we plan to print it on glossy paper.
Okay.
We'll double check it with you guys to make sure it looks fine and everything like that.
And then someone will make sure it gets to the IEP? Edmund? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Any updates from any of the other summary sheets we're doing?
I think the restoration one-pager is waiting for our new person to be on board in March. As I recall from our last meeting, someone was going to work on it, do some formatting, and then send it around to the board for comment.
Hi, Joy. Yeah, we will get that one in the hopper next. We've had one staff person, Eva Bush, working with Dick on Deltas of Place, but when Katerina comes on board in March, then we'll start working on the restoration summary sheet.
All right, great.
And the Delta's place is ready to circulate to the board. I hope it'll pass muster. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, okay, good. So that for the next
Yeah,
meeting?
I think I understand John's concerns and why it took so long, but I hope the rest of them are not nearly so difficult as his was.
Well, I think once we finally realize what we're actually doing and change the name of it now, I think the rest of them should go
Exactly.
pretty fast. Okay, thank you. Any comments, further comments on that? All right, the next item is a prioritization of our field tours for 2018. And the idea here is we've had a number of opportunities to provide input in terms of where we might visit for field tours this coming 2018, at least one, maybe more than one. And the idea was that we would coordinate our field trips to take advantage of some of the reviews we're doing to help inform the various reviews. We have, I think, 3 ideas that are currently on the list, and we'd ask John and Jay to kind of give us a summary of what that tour might be and why it might be valuable for us to go there. So, John, you want to start?
Sure. So the first on the list is a follow-up trip to Sassoon Marsh. And as you know from the field trip that we had just a few months ago, that focus was really on restored sites, managed sites. And the idea for this would be to go to Rush Ranch in the upper part of Sassoon. I can show you over here on the map. Rush Ranch is right up in this area. So it's west west of where we were previously. And it's one of the few large remnant natural areas in Sassoon Marsh. It's the largest natural area within Sassoon Marsh. It's part of the National Estuarine Research Reserve. And so as part of the National Estuarine Research Reserve, there's significant ongoing monitoring there. So we could have someone from the National Estuarine Research Reserve come and tell us about the kinds of monitoring. They do significant, they have water data loggers in place to do water quality monitoring. They do annual vegetation monitoring. They do significant fish monitoring as well, and so they could talk about sort of their monitoring plan and the link to the NER system. And then that site also really serves as sort of a reference for all of the restoration that's taking place within Sassoon, since it's the large natural area. And then also, since it's part of the NER program, a significant additional academic or focused additional research takes place there. So I've done work there measuring sedimentation rates and carbon sequestration rates. There's a flux tower there to measure emissions and methane emissions. That's now probably they have the largest data set of anywhere in the Bay or the Delta, looking at CO2 and methane emissions. And then Peter Moyle's done all kinds of fish work there. So there's a lot of just work that's really foundational for that area that we could talk about. So I think if you're interested in looking at a natural brackish marsh system, it's really just an outstanding place to visit. It's definitely on the far western edge of the Delta, so it may not be as relevant to many of the Delta, more Delta-focused considerations. But I think it's a really nice, it's a beautiful, beautiful marsh, and just an interesting place to visit. And depending on it's easiest to visit by foot, and there's a number of paths and trails and areas, and you can get right out to some of the large channels. There's a small amount of restoration going on, or planned restoration within the reserve itself, and then there's some restoration sites nearby that also could be of interest. When we stopped at Hill Slough, we stopped just briefly on the road, and probably our briefest stop on the previous field trip, we were just right next to Rush Ranch. And so that was one suggestion.
I think that is a really good area to go to because it's part of this sort of North Delta arc that people talk about as being the best place to restore habitat for the native fish and native species. And it's a big part of that, actually.
Jay, do you want to?
Yeah, so I'll go to the map. There's two that I had. One was sort of the central delta. So we spent a lot of time here and here and here and here and now over here. But the central delta, I think, has a lot of the most interesting things going on. We did go to Jersey Island here before.
Bob wants you to use them.
Here, I got it.
Oh, he's got a portable.
Oh my gosh. You're so you're peak with technology. Hello? Okay, good. But the central delta has a lot more of the subsidence, which we saw a little bit of at Jersey Island. But we haven't really gone to Frank's Tract and Mildred Island and Big Break. We saw some of Big Break, but we really haven't talked about it as so much as subsidence recently, and certainly some of the board members. These are some of the harder issues of the delta. Tom will be able to tell us about some of those as well, I think. There are some roads you can take in to get to some of these, but really the only way you can get to most of these is by boat, I think is the best way to see it, and it's a very different perspective. So I know the logistics of that will be much more difficult, but I think it is probably very useful to have a mixed walking on levees, talking on levees, boat, driving around a little few of the places tour in the central western delta. This area at the end of Sherman Island, I think, is also probably interesting from an ecological point of view. At least people tell me that. I find it interesting from a sailing point of view. You'll see a lot of windsurfers there. And it's an area we haven't really talked about and seen very much. The other area that people wanted to talk about was a north Yellow Bypass tour. There's efforts to take some of the rice lands up there and make them into seasonal fish habitat, particularly for salmon, but maybe also for some of the smelt species. Some of the other, not probably smelt, but some of the other species. And that would probably be a van tour. It should be fairly easy to do. I'd recommend some of the people from UC Davis that work up in that area, and they're pretty articulate, and are used to doing this. It's also a really good example of sort of land-based restoration, because a lot of the farmers up there are very interested in this, of getting a rice crop and a fish crop and a bird crop off the same land, different seasons of the year. So I think that you can make into a half day if we needed to.
Yes, Vince.
You know, we typically have a meeting within the Delta once a year. Do any of these fit with that?
Could we hold it at Rush Ranch? Do they have facilities?
Yeah, they have a nice center. I think we could make that happen. I think that was one of the suggestions that we had the last time we were talking about in Delta meetings.
Right.
I think some of the logistics of that room might be a little bit difficult, but I think we can make that work.
For the central Delta area, there's a couple of places, the Sugar Barge on Bethel Island, you know, some of the commercial resort places might have a room that could be worked. But most of it is just rural subsided islands.
To me, hearing you go through, both of you go through these three, I gravitated more towards the central delta and the subsidence, and I just think with the water supply and reliability coming up, it seems like that's something for us to get up to speed on better. But that's just, you know, if I were voting, that's that's where I would vote. But
Another thing I should mention on the Central Delta one is it's a good opportunity for us to take a peek at sort of the old and middle rivers where the reverse flows for the water supplies or reliability are a big issue, and to have some folks talk to us there. There's a,
And we
These are-
did Old and Middle River our first field trip, right? You may not have been on the board at that point, but we went out there and, so, I mean, yeah, that's my first time in the Delta, and I looked out and I was just like, this is not salmon habitat. Why is there somebody from National Marine Fisheries talking to me about salmon living here? So,
there's also, there's a restaurant by one of those rivers that might be suitable place. We might be able to rent it for the afternoon or something.
Yeah, I would agree with Tracy too, just thinking that we did get a good view of Sassoon Marsh, just the last field trip, and a lot of the areas you talked about in the central area were areas that came up a lot in the fish and flows, and it would be nice to see those. And also I think in terms of the ecosystem area, we might, I mean, that's really centrally located, might be valuable.
And there are a number of small remnant freshwater marshes, so it's not, there are some natural areas, small natural areas to see in addition to the, subsided sites like Frank's Tract and other places. It's a good mix.
If we went there in the Central Delta in the late summer, we'll see a lot of aquatic vegetation blooms.
Any other thoughts or preferences, questions? How do we want
I didn't hear what the third one location was.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Joey?
What was the third location?
Upper Yellow Bypass.
Jay talked about two sites, Central.
The
second
third one was the
about
Upper Yellow
salmon.
Bypass, Joy.
Oh, Upper Yellow, thank you.
Yeah, we should all have, I think we should all have a printout dated December 8th, which is, has sort of a paragraph description of these a little more carefully with some reference and hot button sites to it. This is something we need to decide now, I'm taking, right? So we can begin the logistical planning. I'm looking at Darcy and Edmund. And are we restricted to one a year? Do we want to consider more than one?
I think a lot of it has to do with planning, because I know, like, for the water supply reliability, we also want to do, like, a workshop this year, I presume, Jay.
So there's the Union Point Marina Bar and Grill right on Middle River. That might be a great place if that's logistically capable. They've got a dock there. If we wanted for the boat side of the field trip, we could get John Bureau and his flotilla available to move us around. That might be a good location because it's right on Old and Middle River, which is a big water supply reliability issue and a big ecosystem issue. Might be a good place for that discussion if that location is available.
So we can definitely look into that. But speaking about how many field tours we can do, I think big topics for this year would be the water supply reliability estimate workshops.
Can you?
And monitoring, I think in May, Vince didn't mention this during the IEP update, but they're hoping to do interviews in May for IEP, for the IEP review. And then in March, you guys have the IEP workshop. In September, you guys also have the Bay Delta Conference. So to have like an in-Delta meeting.
We have July.
And we have July. So I'm not sure if people are open to doing like a summer tour.
Okay, so it sounds like we could do one based on our other commitments. Or we could do a second one if we wanted to, I suppose in the fall, if that opens up, but we maybe, November, if we maybe do the road trip to the north in November, and if it's just a half a day van trip kind of a thing.
So the van trip, Sassoon Marsh or Yellow Bypass? because the yellow bypass, I don't think the the rice field studies that Jay talked about would be available in the fall.
Yeah, you'd like to do that, probably February, March. Yeah, February, March.
So maybe that's,
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, maybe we could scope that out then for then, next year. And in the meantime, do the central one whenever we can schedule it? Dick?
Yeah, what are the political complications, legal complications of holding open meetings by boat? Do we need to provide some space by boat
Yes,
for
we
the
did-
public?
Yes, and we've done this in the past.
Yeah, we did it on the first,
Right.
that early trip.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to have some extra space for people back.
But we also can do it similar to the way we do the vehicle transportation. If we have 2 boats and we have less than a quorum in each boat, then we don't have to have space for the public, but then we have to, every time we stop to have discussions among the whole ISB, then we have to have public access. So we're learning the rules. It's only taken me 7.5 years, so they probably changed the rules.
So is everyone in agreement that the central one might be the one? I'm seeing heads
So
nodding.
that would be in July? Is that the only time that's available?
It could be July or November. I'm not sure if you guys want to do it right after the Bay Delta conference, to travel from Sacramento to a different location. But September will also be available if you guys want to do it after the Bay Delta conference.
I was just thinking July might not be the most fun time. Yes.
So you're saying May is too soon, or we have something else scheduled for May?
We could possibly do May, but I know, because I believe if we do the Central Delta, will be in the Central Delta, and I think the IEP work group wanted to do schedule interviews around that time.
Before the meeting.
Yeah, before the meeting. So you guys will be open.
So maybe try and shoot for May if we can do it in May.
Okay, we'll work closely with Jay to plan out logistics and.
Well, he's bringing his boat, I heard, so.
My boat's not big enough for, well,
It'll be 1 or 3 or 4 boats.
it doesn't move as fast as John Bureau's boat.
So I think what we're saying is, I mean, May is also pretty soon for the DSP staff to try to pull all this together. So scope out in May is what we're, I think, asking if it's possible. And if not, I would suggest we consider falling to November. Because it's always nice weather down here, so.
In September, you say, is the Bay Delta Conference conflict in a sense?
He's saying if we wanted to do it around the Bay Delta Conference, which is only a 3-day conference, we could go a day, I guess. Is it before or after? I don't know what 3 days.
We have 2 days after the Bay Delta conference.
Okay, so
But I'm not sure if you guys wanted, it'll be if you guys wanted to travel from Sacramento and then to the Delta. It's not too long of a commute, but.
It could also, though, be challenging to get some agency support, since they're all going to be very busy
Right.
with the science conference and may not be able to just do a tour immediately after. That could be, I mean, maybe it could work, but that would be another challenge.
Edmund, what are the dates of the science conference? Has that been confirmed?
It's been confirmed. I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but I can send them to you.
Okay.
We'll look it up before we're done.
Probably what might be the binding constraint on this would be the people that have boats and their availability.
But I think this is a good path forward. I think the prior priority is Central Delta. We'll see if we can make it work. If not, we'll have we'll do Sassoon Marsh as our as the next one, and maybe early in 2019 we'll plan for the rice fields and the yellow bypass.
Yeah, so, target the central but we'll leave it up to you in terms of which is the best time to do it. And I think we're sort of open to any, if we can do it in May is fine, September is fine. I think we could, if we can squeeze it in, if the logistics work out, or November, or I guess July we're thinking is too hot.
I think for Central Delta,
All right, so maybe not
people
July,
from Seattle it
It would
is.
be better to do
Yeah, okay.
And I've got the
And-
dates for the science conferences,
Yeah.
the 11th, Tuesday through Thursday, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. So if we had a 2-day, anyway, maybe I have that wrong, so.
ISB is after that.
14th is the ISB.
Sounds good. Anything else on that topic? Okay, so now we're going to jump ahead to item number 11, which is the monitoring enterprise report. Vince?
Well, thanks very much. And this afternoon, we're going to hear the first of the seminar presentations on the Water Quality Monitoring Council, which I've attended some of their meetings, and it's very, very interesting in terms of what they're trying to do. And I think we'll find that very interesting. Plus, we have a panel discussion as well. So what we've been doing, as you know, we were very optimistic about the advance of this review. We had our prospectus together. We circulated it among the committee. We put it out and received some comments. And then as Darcy will explain, we got tied up in some delays with the RFP. So we decided that what could we do to go ahead and make at least, gain some ground while we're waiting for the actual consultant to be hired. And one of the things that we put a lot of effort in was to come up with a questionnaire based on the prospectus, in terms of that we will be able to use in preparing this review. And the monitoring, or MER, the Monitoring Enterprise Review subgroup, has actually had a lot of input on this questionnaire. We're still revising it, although I think we have now a final subgroup questionnaire, which we'll send out to the whole DISB for comments. It keeps on getting longer and longer, which of course is not surprising. But there's just a lot of things that we want to do. Regarding the questionnaire, which again all of you will be receiving for comments, we're not quite sure how we'll circulate this. Whether it would be better to do this in advance of the consultant actually starting the project, or in conjunction with the consultant doing their project. And this is one of the things that we'll put in the memo that goes to the DISB, asking some of these questions and getting some input on this. There's no rush to doing this, in terms of we want to make sure we get this questionnaire as close to being as ready to be the maximum or the optimal usefulness of it. So we're really putting a lot of time into that. We are making a list of who will get the questionnaire. For example, this morning we talked about looking at the IEP meeting, and any of the papers that deal with monitoring, we'll basically start grabbing those names as people to send to the questionnaire. The advantage of the IEP questionnaire is that we have a built-in audience at that IEP conference. We don't have that for the monitoring, so we're gradually going to be putting that together. The issue again of how to distribute it is something we're going to really look for the board for information and ideas. But I think this afternoon, we'll, with the Water Quality Conference and several of the people that are on the panel, will really get some good ideas about monitoring. And again, the possibility of coming up with some a priori hypotheses of what this review will examine. Darcy, I'm going to let you please do the RFP, because I don't want to say too little or too much.
Yeah, and I won't say a lot about it either, but the RFP, we've had a number of negotiations internally and worked through legal and exec. So I spoke with our contract analyst this morning, and I have a high degree of certainty that it will go out next week. We did circulate some of the language to the Monitoring Enterprise Work Group just to make sure there were no final red flags. We're working with scheduling for their participation. So I think it will go out next week, and we should get that process moving very soon here. So are there any questions?
Thanks, Darcy. That at least gives us an idea of that we will be able to get started with looking at a contractor.
There's hope. There's hope.
Yes, yeah. Anybody have any questions or comments about the Monitoring Enterprise Review? We have not made much progress on putting this list of key articles and books that have come out on monitoring together, but that again is one of the things that we've been hoping to do before we get started.
And the only last thing I should say is that just to temper expectations, when the RFP goes out, there's a whole process that we have to go through. I'm sure you're aware of that. So we're looking at getting a contractor on board probably in June. So that process, it just takes time for us to get the bids in and for us to review and score them. And then the contracting process as well takes a little bit of time. So just to temper, you're not going to see something next month getting a contractor on board, but we do expect it by June.
Can you remind me again about, is the length of the project a one-year project, or is it scoped out?
Yeah, it's scoped out for 1 year.
Okay. Any comments on the monitoring, or? All right, well, we're well ahead of schedule again. I don't know if we can move up the item 12, or is that, Jay says might as well. All right, item 12 is really a short item, just a preparation for the upcoming ISB meetings. We have a February 2nd teleconference, and the key thing on that, again, will be just status reports on all of our various reviews, and a reminder to email Edmund if your location is different than your normal location for the teleconference. Anything else that has come up that we need to include on the February? Are you going to have your thing, did you want to have a discussion about the questionnaire by that time, or?
Well, we certainly can give an update on the questionnaire, and hopefully, it depends on how soon we get feedback. We hope to have the questionnaire out next week. We'll have both questionnaires out next week.
Okay, and will we have the Delta S Place summary sheet? I'm hearing a yes on that. Okay.
We'll also, we should have received all of the public comments on the water quality review. And I think what we do is we distribute, those go out to all the ISB members, right? They're part of our correspondence file. So we should all, we have until January 29th to get those in, so that's not much time. That's like 3 days between that and when we'll have our teleconference. But everybody should be prepared to read those. And we should probably, if we can, have a fairly robust discussion about those comments.
But you wouldn't be looking for sort of a formal
No, just
approval of the-
I think just a discussion among the full ISB, because those comments will be public, and we'll all have them, so we can talk very openly about what we think about the comments and give feedback to the writing subgroup, the work group, how we think we're going to address them, especially if there are really substantive comments.
Now, are those public comments, are they public as soon as
Yeah.
they are made, and so?
Well, they go on our website as, there's correspondence to the ISB, so it's all posted there. I don't know if they're all done in one batch, or, anyway, but they will be there presumably by the time we meet on February 2nd.
So we can begin to review them even before that if we wanted.
Oh, yeah, as they come in.
Anything else for the February 2nd teleconference? Okay, or does anyone here know they're not going to be?
I won't be there for the second.
That's right, you won't be there. And Dick will be.
That'd be a
there.
good time to finalize the water quality review.
I think so, and a few other assignments we have. And
Merciful.
thanks, Dick, he will be our in-person at the board here in Sacramento for that meeting. The March meeting, remember that March 6th through 8th is the IEP workshop in Folsom, and I think, I know that Liz and Vince will be unable to attend that, but all the rest of the board is certainly welcome and invited to attend. I know Tracy and I are giving presentations there, but it's a good, I always find it to be a really good meeting, and to listen to a lot of talks, get to know a lot of people. It is optional, but I like to encourage folks to attend. And then we will have a one-day in-person meeting, at the Folsom Inn, I think it's called, and right after the IEP. And Vince will be calling in, I guess, for the board meeting. Again, for that meeting, I believe it's mainly going to be the updates and status reports. Maybe we'll have some more on the water quality review by that stage, something more formal. looking at these notes here. I think that's about all. Discussion with the science program on the preferred approach to handling the Delta Science Plan will be one of the key items on the agenda for the March meeting, as well as updates on our reviews and summary sheets. Anything else? Yes, Liz.
I was just looking at my calendar. Maybe Edmund, can you send us a reminder of the time for the February teleconference? I don't have the specific time on my calendar at least, and it's also not posted to the website.
Yeah, we typically finalize the time after our planning meetings, but they're typically in the mornings.
9 to 11.
Yeah.
So I do have a request for any ISB members who want to attend the IEP workshop. I heard yesterday that it sells out, so if you could just let us know that you would like to attend and we can facilitate your registration. I know you would like to be there, and Tracy.
Is that Lauren talking?
It's Darcy.
Oh, Darcy, right. For completeness, Michelle Stevens and I are giving a talk on the complementarity of Western science and traditional ecological knowledge in the Delta. And yes, I want to attend at least on Friday.
Okay, great. Thank you, Joy.
Okay, I think, anything else on that? I think we can move on to our review of action items, since the only thing left on our agenda is the panel and seminar. So, Darcy or Edmund?
I don't always have.
Didn't mean to
do
rush
this
you,
if
but
Oh, that's okay. I was just writing another note.
Tracy said it
to
was
myself.
okay to do it, so.
Let's see. The science program staff will work with the ISB on how to receive earlier input on the Delta Science Plan, and we just talked about having that as part of the March in-person ISB meeting. John Calloway will send a link to a paper on the Mekong River to the ISB. And we will update the ISB on the Sea Grant Science Fellow announcements or the selections once those happen. I have a suggestion for future white papers to have some agency staff input and help, and just a collaborative interagency focus, and I think we have that for the ecosystem. We have that covered for the ecosystem amendment white paper. Let's see. I'm going to take that one later. The IEP subgroup will send the questionnaire to the full ISB, and eventually we'll have that distributed broadly and then also to targeted participants. For the water supply review, comments are due January 12th on the prospectus. For the ecosystems review, there was a lot of discussion, but what I have here is the focus will be resiliency, and driving forces and invasives will probably be incorporated into that, and those comments are also due January 12th. For the February meeting, I don't know what that refers to, so we're going to skip that. Okay, go ahead.
I think the idea was that the ecosystems work group was going to have like a description of the focus area for our February meeting.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
no comments due, other than people want to give us stuff, but there's no deadline. Just send us ideas if you have them, otherwise we'll get something out in time for the February meeting.
For the water quality review, so far we have 0 public comments, but the comment period closes on January 29th. And you'll be discussing graphics and what to include. You'll reach out to Lauren and others about conceptual models. There will be an added next steps or implementation section, and that'll be for discussion next time around. And the summary sheet could be a vehicle for some outreach recommendations as well. Let's see, the adaptive management summary sheet is finalized, and we will prep that and have it available for the IEP workshop and for other venues and further distribution. We'll also post that on the website. Delta's Place summary sheet is ready to circulate to the ISB for next month. For the field trips, we're going to prioritize Central Delta either in May or November. We'll work with Jay on that, and hopefully we'll get John Bureau to take us out on boats. The backup will be the Sassoon Marsh field trip to Rush Ranch, and we'll plan for Upper Yolo to be scheduled next March so that we could take a look at some of the floodplain and the fish aspects of that. Monitoring Enterprise Review questionnaire will be circulated for the full ISB to review. And then at the February meeting, we'll discuss how and when to distribute that questionnaire. So for the February teleconference, it's going to be primarily status reports, Delta as Place summary sheet, public comments on the water quality review, and then feedback to the work group. No action item on that. Monitoring Enterprise and ISB questionnaires. For the March 9th in-person meeting, again, status reports, water quality review, and discussion on the Delta Science Plan. Anybody else, we kind of have a feel for who needs registration for the IEP workshop, but we'll also reach out to Joe and to John. Was there anything else I missed?
I think this was one thing for the water supply reliability work group. I think Jay could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was agreement to strike out what we're not going to cover in the water supply reliability.
Let's wait and see how the comments come in.
Okay, just checking on that.
This is still so early days on this. I'm not in a hurry.
All right, thank you. I want to also thank Edmund again for the last time. I think you put together sort of a table of what needs to be done and who needs to do it by when, and that was extremely useful. I think so. That was encourage you to keep doing that because that really keeps us in line. So, and as far as the agenda, I know we're kind of ending early on. Tracy, you have something?
Since we're going to have the panel this afternoon, and then that'll end the meeting, so we have a little time now. So I would like to more formally thank Tricia so much for your help. It's been really great. We really enjoyed it. We're really glad to hear that you've got a new phase in your career already in line and ready to go. And we hope you will come back and see us once in a while, especially if you're going to stay in Sacramento and try that horrible commute. So, but again, I just, from Liz and Vince and I, especially working with you on the water quality, and then everybody else that's worked with you on the one-pagers and stuff, it's been really a tremendous pleasure, and we wish you all the best. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a word on the agenda. The agenda, I think most of you realize, is put together by Jay, Liz, and myself, initially by Edmund and Darcy, and we do actually work through the timelines very carefully, and we want to make sure there's enough time. And I think we're choosing to err on the side of making sure there's enough time rather than make sure and erring on the other side when there's not enough time. So anyway, just to let you know, we're not running out of things to do. I think we're actually working very efficiently because the work groups, I think, having the schedules where we have a full meeting for the work groups or half a day ahead of time is really, in my view, has really worked very well because it really solves a lot of the minor issues before they're brought before to the full board. We can focus on the major items. So anyway, the rest of the agenda is the seminar. Go ahead.
Add in a little, Dick remembers well, and many of us do, in the early days of this board, we would set up our agendas, and we would then have periods of like 2 hours in the afternoon where I'll sit here in the room and write our reviews. And it's a public meeting, and it was really painful. So we've really tried to streamline it and have that work take place separately and then bring the products back. So it's a good thing that we are more efficient, so.
Okay, this afternoon, it's just not just, but it's at noon, is a seminar followed by a panel that Vince will take the lead on, and then we will still have time for, at the very end, we'll ask for any public comments for those things that weren't on our agenda, in case people wanted to provide that at that time. So for right now, we're adjourned and for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12. They will arrange the room again, just like it was yesterday, with the panelists on one side and the board and around. Edmund, do you have a?
I was just going to mention that lunch will be served here at 11:35.
Okay, lunch here at 11:35. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's a break, but lunch will be served. We'll be setting up lunch at your seats at
Here.
11:35.
Okay, good. So we don't have to move. All right, meeting is officially adjourned.
Okay. So good afternoon and welcome to the Brown Bag Seminar. We have a very interesting program planned for you this afternoon, but before I have to make an announcement, welcome to today's Brown Bag Seminar hosted by the Delta Stewardship Council Delta Science Program, along with their partners, the California Department of Fish and Game Watershed Restoration Grants Branch, and the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. If you could please remember to silence your phones. If you need to use the bathrooms, take a key. Should be a few more there now, and go through the doors and then to the left. Now, the Brown Bag Seminar Series, as you know, has been a long tradition as part of the Delta Science Program. But we've had a special series that's devoted to monitoring programs, and this is because there's 2 reviews that the Delta Independent Science Board is currently doing, one of which is on the monitoring enterprise that occurs in the Delta, and the other is on the IEP, the Interagency Ecological Program, which you know is responsible for quite a bit of the monitoring. And we had a wonderful seminar and series, a panel discussion yesterday. What we'll do is our speaker, Karen Larson, will present her seminar, and we'll follow that with questions. And if you want to ask a question, if you could please come up to the microphone that's there, and she will take questions from there. Following that, we'll have a break, and then we'll have our panel discussion. So it should be a very, very informative and interesting afternoon. Now, Karen Larson is the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Resources Control Board. Prior to that, she was Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and she's educated in California with her BS in Biological Sciences from the University of California, Davis. So really, thank you very much for coming, and we welcome Karen Larson.
Wash it. All right, good afternoon. Thank you for that introduction. Again, I'm Karen Larson. I am the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, but I am here in the capacity as the co-chair of the Water Quality Monitoring Council, along with Taryn Rabazzini. I'm not saying her name right, I don't think. From the Resources Agency, she's our other co-chair for the council. I also wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you all to the new director of the Water Quality Monitoring Council. We just hired on starting January 2nd, I believe. His name's Nick Martirano. He's here in the room. He's our new council director. And he'll be taking over and working with Chris Jones closely to keep the charge of the council moving forward and keep us energized and focused on all of the priorities with respect to monitoring in the state. So with that, I'll get going on my presentation. I'm going to just educate you all on what the Monitoring Council is and how it was formed and why. I think there's a lot of overlap and synergy with the review that you all are doing of the Delta Monitoring Enterprise that is very similar to why the council was formed in the first place. I'll talk about the monitoring program strategy that the council developed in 2010 and some of the ways that they're implementing that strategy through their work groups and their monitoring portals. I'll talk a little bit about the program audit that has really given us some direction moving forward, and what are we going to be doing as a council moving forward. And then I'll just touch on some of the main messages I'm here to deliver to help you guys think about how to coordinate with the council as you move forward with your review of the Delta Monitoring Enterprise. And some of my panel members know this, but I think I'll be relying on a number of them, Chris and Greg and Lori and Adam, as our subject matter experts on some of the details of all of the monitoring that's going on in the Delta. So, everyone needs data. There are state, federal, local agencies, non-governmental organizations, environmental organizations, citizen groups, the scientific community, the academic community, all out there monitoring for a number of different reasons and spending a whole lot of money doing it. And that data needs to be turned into information in order for it to be useful. So we collect information to assess the status and trends of our aquatic ecosystems and the water quality, to look at public health and welfare issues related to water quality. And we also want to be able to look at the effectiveness of the programs that we put in place in order to either protect or improve water quality. But each of these studies at each of these levels generates data for its single purpose and often is collected in a way that is inconsistent among different studies in terms of monitoring objectives, the sampling protocols and analytical techniques, QA/QC methods, data management and documentation or lack thereof, and assessment strategies. And often you cannot, or it's very difficult to integrate the data from these multiple efforts. And often, although this is getting better, and I think with the advent of AB 1755 and some of these efforts to combine and make data accessible, but often there is no common place for data to be accessed. And the data do not necessarily help us answer the questions that are of interest to management decisions. So here's a good example. We've been using this example for a very long time, so I've got a couple of extra examples I've included in this presentation. But here's one from our integrated report, which is the Clean Water Act requirement to assess our waters every 2 years and determine which ones are not meeting water quality standards. In other words, the 303D list. And this map is from our 2012 303D list, and it shows all of the impaired water bodies across the state. And if you're just a casual observer, you will think that the water bodies in the North Coast are the most impaired waters in the state just by looking at this map, which of course is not the case and needs to be taken in context for sure. If you look at this same map and look at different data, the one on the left is our biological assessment data from the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, and it basically says good, bad, and ugly are the green, yellow, and red dots. And you'll see that the North Coast actually has some good water bodies and probably among the greatest concentrations of good water bodies, or at least perennial streams for this assessment in the state. And then if you look at the map on the right, that's our data across the state for toxicity monitoring that's been collected by the SWAMP program. I believe this was circa 2011 was the assessment that was done, although this map may have been updated since then. Anyway, what you'll see there is that we don't know whether water bodies are toxic in the North Coast because there isn't data being collected there. So this just demonstrates that depending on what data you're looking at and for what purpose, you could get very different answers to the questions that you're asking. So the response was that the legislature decided to adopt legislation, SB 1070, back about 12 years ago now, that required the formation of a water quality monitoring council for the state. And its initial requirement was a memorandum of understanding between the Cal EPA agency and the Natural Resources Agency to work together to coordinate monitoring across the state. And it required that the council have some initial recommendations, which they developed in December of 2008, to maximize the efficiency and effectiveness of existing monitoring, water quality data collection and dissemination, and ensure that it's available to decision makers and the public. It also required development of a comprehensive monitoring strategy, which was developed and issued in 2010. This is just a list of all of the state entities, quite a wide range of state entities that were named in the legislation initially. And this is the list of the current Water Quality Monitoring Council members, and it includes state agencies as well as the regulated community, the scientific community, non-governmental organizations, and citizen monitoring groups. Anyone that has an interest in or expertise in water quality monitoring sits on the council. Well, not everybody, but a good wide range of folks. So what was the Monitoring Council's initial solution? It was to first not get mired in the technical details, that the folks that were doing the monitoring were the technical experts, and they should be the ones getting mired in the technical details. And so what the council recommended was to first focus on streamlined data access and answer users' questions through a single point of entry. They did this through formation of theme-specific work groups, like is it safe to swim in our waters? And those work groups then developed portals that made the data to answer the questions available and the assessments available through the web. And the Monitoring Council provided overarching guidance, some consistency across the work groups, as well as expertise and conflict resolution as necessary. And I guess I've already sort of talked about this slide. The working groups are comprised of experts that are experts in a particular field. So the Safe to Swim are a number of folks from county health departments as well as state agencies that are working on monitoring for bacteria in oceans and inland waters is one example. And they develop theme-specific portals based on questions that are ones that users are interested in. So again, is it safe to swim in my water body? Those working groups are charged with standardizing the methods and the assessments as needed, only to the degree that it's needed to answer the questions, and identify needed coordination among entities that are doing monitoring around that theme. And again, the Monitoring Council provides guidance, consistency among the work groups, and any conflict resolution. So this table provides a snapshot of essentially the 9 working groups that have formed. They formed at different times over the years and have had varying levels of activity. All you have to do is go take a look at some of the portals and determine how active they are or not at this point. Many of these are driven by the surface water ambient monitoring program. The bioaccumulation, is it safe to eat fish, is run by SWAMP, as well as the Healthy Watersheds working group. We've got the Estuaries Working Group, which is what I'll focus my discussion of the portals on today. And some newer ones, the Cyanohab Harmful Algal Bloom Network is one that is a newer group that is working on a specific issue. And then we recently, just in December, formed a environmental flows working group with our Division of Water Rights and some of the technical experts at UC Davis, DWR, and SQUIRT that are working on environmental flows, data collection, and modeling. So the role of the council is to establish policies and guidelines. They are a clearinghouse for the standards and the guidelines and the collaboration among the working groups. They resolve key issues, provide technical and, in some instances, monetary support, and they're charged with improving the visibility of the council. They also were the entity that developed the comprehensive monitoring program strategy for California that was issued in December of 2010 and is available at that link that's in my presentation. And the solution that they came up with came in 5 parts, starting with a decentralized organizational structure. So of course the theme issue-specific working groups with technical experts in those working groups, all working towards common monitoring council policies and guidelines. So one example of that is the question-based portals, is something the council came up with, set forth for the working groups, and that was some of the guiding one of the guiding principles that they used to develop their portal. They set performance measures as part of the strategy, and I'll talk a little bit about those performance measures in a minute when I talk about the triennial audit. The third part of the solution is a single point of entry to get the data and the information, to lead a set of theme-based internet portals, and standardize again as necessary to bring the data together to make assessments, but not standardize just for the sake of standardizing. And then setting some data management standards for more efficient data access and integration. This is the My Water Quality homepage that provides links to all of the My Water Quality portals. You'll see that each of them has a question as their point of entry. So is our water safe to drink? Is it safe to swim in our waters? Is the fish safe to eat? Are our aquatic ecosystems healthy? And in that one, there's the Estuaries portal, the Healthy Streams portal, as well as the Ocean Health portal. And are harmful algal blooms affecting our waters? And is there monitoring data near me? So these are all points of entry to look at the assessments and in many cases actually download the data and use it for your own purposes. So I'm going to focus in just to give you an example of the working group work and the portals on the Estuaries portal, since we are here talking with the Delta Independent Science Board. So it makes sense for us to talk a little bit more about the Delta. So I don't recall the year. Maybe Chris can remind me when the Estuaries working group was formed. Actually, Val is probably a better one to ask. 2011, so 6 years ago, the Estuary Work Group was developed with, as you might imagine, leadership from the state and federal contractors water agency and Val Connor's leadership, and as well as Stephanie Fong's leadership also with SWIFCA. And their initial focus was on the Bay Delta estuary with an eye toward having portals and data available for other estuaries in the state. But of course, as we all know, there's a lot going on in the Delta, and it made a whole lot of sense to focus there as a starting point. And the portal is meant to be both educational, so what's being collected, where is it being collected, why, what are the relationships between the different data that are being collected, and also to provide a snapshot of estuary health. So conditions of major biological resources, the drivers of the patterns of the resources of those, and then detailed data that can be manipulated and downloaded and assessed. So I already talked about the initial leadership and funding coming from the state and federal contractors' water agency. It was coordinated through the Interagency Ecological Program that obviously had been doing a lot of monitoring, assessment, and reporting over the years. The data visualization was done through 34 North, and I have some screenshots of some new estuary portal developments that I'll show you here in a minute that 34 North has been working on, along with the estuary work group. And then also using EcoAtlas for Delta Habitat Restoration Project tracking with endorsement from the Delta Conservancy. So here are some screenshots of the new portal. I don't think this is live yet. Yeah, so you guys get an initial look of what they're up to and some of the new information. So this is the initial page of the portal that provides links to a number of topic areas. As you'll see, you can explore California's estuaries. This has an eye toward having multiple estuaries included eventually, and of course, it's focused at this point on the Delta. You can explore data and look at what's available. There's a number of management tools through the use of dashboards and some assessments. And so I'll go into just a smattering of those to give you an idea of what's there. So this is where you go when you click on the Explore Data and Portals. So you get links to the different types of data that are available and the data sources. And then if you click on the data that's available, you get into the partner data, and you can see that there's water quality data, fish, zooplankton, benthic organisms, phytoplankton, water quality, and bird data available. When you click on benthic organisms, you get some information about what is a benthic organism and why do we care about them, and some additional information about species that are monitored and whatnot. And then you can get more into the data. So where is the monitoring happening? Who is doing the monitoring? You can start to click on the actual sites and get some information about the species that are collected at those sites and the abundance of those. There's also links to reports that are available about those data that you can access straight from this website. And you can get some dashboard tools. So this is just showing different data at different sites over a time series as one example of a dashboard that might be of interest. And you can filter data here by date range. You can look at geography. You can look at the different species that are of interest to you or specific stations. And then you can also, this is moving on to some fisheries data. You can look at, this is in particular, hold on, providing some management tools to show the fish trawl data by station and species and catch indices to inform managers of migration patterns and timing. Then there's also dashboards that show temperature and flow that also provide additional information about timing of fish migration potential. Then since we're the Water Quality Monitoring Council, we of course have some water quality data in there. So this is a summary of the total maximum daily load for dissolved oxygen, or I should say the impairment of dissolved oxygen in the deep water ship channel. It gives some information about the TMDL and generally are conditions improving. It shows in this instance that yes, it is improving. So this is just a general summary, but you can dive down into the data to show that yes, indeed, the data also support the assertion that the impairment is getting better. So that's just a flyover of an example of one of the portals that has been developed under the auspices of the Monitoring Council. I did want to mention, too, that there are additional efforts that overarch all of the working groups, the first being the Data Management Work Group, and they're convened to help with data management standards and all of the infrastructure tools that are needed in order to develop the portals and the dashboards and access the data in ways that can be made available through the portals. And so we have a dedicated data management work group. And then there's the Water Quality Monitoring Collaboration Network, which is a forum by which different entities doing monitoring can come together on a regular basis, hear about what's going on in the state. It's a forum for information exchange and encouraging exchange of ideas in terms of the methods and tools for monitoring, assessment, and reporting. It's really focused in on more like citizen science folks, but there's quite a range of topics that are available through those webinars each month. So I wanted to go over a little bit about the opportunities and benefits of the council and the work group's work. Essentially, one of the big positives that we've achieved is that we deliver answers to the degree possible we can to the public and underscore the important work of the agencies that are collecting the information. We provide a framework to motivate and guide improvement. And so through the work groups, you start looking at the data, you start seeing all of the warts of it, and you start talking to people about what are they doing and understanding where there are data gaps or where there's duplicative effort, and you can improve that through that collaboration. And I think we can all agree that the more collaboration among people collecting information allows us to do broader assessments through that information sharing. We've also seen where the working group and the portal development can help agencies automate their annual reporting. The Estuaries portal is a good example of that, where the Department of Water Resources converted one of the required reports that they had to report to the state board under the Decision 1641 into an electronic report that was made available through the portal in both the assessments as well as in electronic version. And so it went from being just this report that was submitted each year to something that was made available to the public and used for other types of assessments. It also allows decision makers, legislature, and the public to understand how their dollars are spent. So it goes beyond the bean counting and allows folks to see our conditions getting better or worse. We can look at status and trends and access the information to guide future priorities for funding. And collaboration, most of the time, hopefully, improves the efficiency of monitoring and assessment programs, and transparency builds credibility. And I think from the Water Board's perspective, that has been one of the more valuable outcomes from our commitment to supporting the Water Quality Monitoring Council, is that we've been able, both through the council's efforts as well as some of our own internal performance management efforts, to turn our image around to an entity that actually provides data to the public in a way that is valuable to them, and answers questions, and we show where there are problems and issues and are honest about that. And we've been able to actually gain funding through these efforts by making our information available. So it's quite a valuable tool. And I want to emphasize this point, that this isn't just about getting data out there. And I will be the first to admit that the portals are not fresh. They're not, they need to be updated. We need to get into well, and I won't even say this correctly. I'll really date myself by saying we need to get into the new age of open data and making data available. And, so the portals served the purpose that they served when they were developed, but they definitely need to be updated. But what the value of them has really been the ends to the means, which is to form lasting relationships, lasting collaboration and cooperation among entities doing monitoring. And so the real value has been in building those relationships and getting the working groups working together and talking to each other and sharing information. Let's see. So part of the legislation also required us, in addition to forming a strategy, to go back and look at, well, how are we doing? You've implemented this strategy for a few years. You need to go back and look at how is it going? And so it required us to do an audit every 3 years to audit the effectiveness of the monitoring program strategy, and needed to include the extent to which the strategy had been implemented and the effectiveness of the council, and in consultation with Cali PA and the Natural Resources Agency. So these are the performance measures that were developed to look at the implementation of the strategy. And I'm going to key in here, each of the working groups was asked to assess themselves against these performance measures. And I'm not going to go through every single working group, but I am going to mention what the estuaries portal came up with, or the estuaries work group came up with when they did their own self-assessment. So with respect to their implementation of the program strategy, objectives, and designs, they gave themselves a medium rating and noted that they need to expand to more estuaries statewide, which is something that they acknowledged from the beginning, that they were going to work on the Delta to start out with. And as resources were available and interest from folks who are working in those other agencies was gained, that they would expand to statewide. In terms of indicators and methods, they gave themselves a low rating, that indicators for the Delta Indicators for the Delta were established specifically for the Delta, and specifically for certain questions to answer. In terms of data management, they gave themselves a medium, where some data are not web-enabled, and that the reporting and formats make the data integration a challenge. In terms of consistency of assessment endpoints, they gave themselves a low to medium, where there's some trends and status that's available, but lacked extensive analysis of the data against thresholds, for example. In terms of reporting, they gave themselves a medium, and I would say that they're actually moving toward more live data and web services than they had been when they did their own audit, and so they're already improving in that arena. And then the big one, I think all of the work groups have suffered from, is maintaining program sustainability. And this is something that, again, relates to all of the working groups as well as the council itself. There's a general lack of dedicated resources for the council to do its work and for the working groups to do their work. And And so that is obviously a problem to maintain the momentum and keep the portals fresh. And in particular, the Estuaries Work Group noted that they needed to establish a work group strategy and a business plan for moving forward. So that's what specifically the Estuaries Work Group came up with. I'll just give a quick overview of the audit of the entire council program. And what we did was we looked at our goals and asked ourselves, had we achieved them, and what are the challenges, and then where do we go from here, and what are those recommendations? So the first goal is collaboration with the eye toward that monitoring is more efficient and effective through coordination. And we use that coordination to fill data gaps, minimize redundant monitoring, establish QA/QC procedures that are usable and feasible, and that data can be combined for broader assessments. So how'd we do? We formed 6 and now 9, and I think we're on 10, theme-specific interagency working groups. So we were successful at getting some working groups together. Some were more collaborative than others, and some are more active at this point than others. We formed the Water Quality Monitoring Collaboration Network, the Data Management Work Group, and we've developed some tools for consistent monitoring, assessment, reporting, and data management. The second goal was to make information accessible so that the resulting data and information are made available to decision makers and to the public. And monitoring is designed to address management questions, and data is turned into meaningful information, and that information is made readily accessible. So how'd we do on that? We released 6 question-based My Water Quality portals, and those are still up and running today. The Wetland Monitoring Work Group has assisted through their efforts to provide information and a framework that has informed the State Water Board's development of our dredge and fill procedures policy. And we're actively actually working closely with the working group on some of the technical details we need in order to support that policy. And developed also the first statewide integrated multi-metric assessment of watershed health. And we have some really exciting maps that were developed in coordination with Fish and Wildlife and the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program on a statewide assessment of watershed health. That's through the Healthy Watershed, are we calling it Watersheds Portal or, yeah, okay. Lori Weber is your subject matter expert on that. Our third goal was that the projects that are funded by the state, we can track the effectiveness of those. And this is one piece of the charge that was given to the council that was not fully implemented and proved to be more difficult than expected and still needs to be addressed by the Monitoring Council. Basically, the idea was that we would work together to provide some guidance on how to do monitoring to show the effectiveness of all of the projects that are funded through the bond programs across the state. Each project is required to do its own monitoring. Does that make sense? Probably not. But we had not been successful at figuring out a way to comprehensively monitor for the effectiveness of all of the projects that are funded. So that's still a to-be-done item. So what are our challenges? I've already mentioned the lack of dedicated funding for the program. We need resources to sustain collaboration. Collaboration and coordination is not free. We've got people who, I would argue the working groups that are most successful are the ones that have participants who see the value in their own work in working together with other participants in a working group. So, for example, DWR's efforts to automate their D1641 report. That's a what's in it for me. I'll participate because I'm going to get something valuable out of it. So I think we need to identify more of those opportunities in order for the working groups and the council in general to be valuable across the agencies that we want to participate. We have generally inconsistent work group leadership, a lack of resources for the participation in those work groups and the development of the portals. We've sort of, I like Rich Brewer's analogy that we've made stone soup. Everybody kind of comes to the table with what they have, and we've been able to make some pretty valuable products, but that's not a sustainable way to keep things fresh and usable moving forward. Often, as a result, the work group tools have no agency home, and therefore no one agency that's responsible for keeping it going moving forward. And I think one of the big things that we have suffered from is a lack of really good communications and outreach strategy to kind of get the word out of what the council is trying to do and the value of participating in the council and the work groups. I think that's something that we scientists generally are poor at in general, and this is another example of being poor at that. So where do we go from here? We've done a lot of soul searching as a council over the last couple of years. It seems each of our meetings have been, okay, so now what? We've got these portals out here. What are we going to do now? Are we still valuable? We think we're valuable. How can we be valuable? So we're focused now on looking at the mandates and the priorities of the agencies to, again, add value for those who are participating. And to increase that participation and potentially funding that comes to the table as a result. So we're being a little bit more opportunistic, which is why we've started to focus on the harmful algal bloom issues. That's one that has really expanded in terms of the problems across the state, and one that we think that we can add value to and provide information and get people together to talk and share information to both make information available, but also figure out what's going on and how to fix it. Another is the Environmental Flows Working Group is another opportunistic, another opportunity that we're taking advantage of because there's a lot of effort going on in that arena. So we're working on developing recommendations to ensure that the data are effectively shared across the agencies. You might remember back in 2014, the Data Summit vision paper being developed. I think it was somewhat a pretty good basis for what ultimately became AB 1755 that the Department of Water Resources is taking the lead on. I think these are all opportunities for the council to collaborate and participate to add value to these efforts. I already talked about our focus on some key issues, the Delta being one, harmful algal blooms, and focus on the human right to water. And a new portal has been released that provides data on drinking water across the state through our Division of Drinking Water at the State Water Board and others involved with the human right to water work. We're also focusing on the Data Management Work Group and their participation in AB 1755 efforts. And our next steps are really to take a hard look at the council membership, where we're going, and who needs to be involved. So that includes both the organizations that sit on the council and have some influence over the council's direction. We're proposing to expand that, and we have a subcommittee that'll be meeting in the next couple of weeks to start developing some recommendations for the broader council to consider. We're also simultaneously looking at updating the council's strategy to really look at who does the council serve, who are our audiences, and how can we best serve those audiences, and to continue to promote and support high priority initiatives, soliciting input from the secretaries for natural resources as well as Cal EPA. And again, update the portals or create a new iteration of the portals that serves the same purpose but is much more accessible and usable. So I wanted to end with just a few kind of thoughts that I think will then tee up the comments that the panel gets to make next. I think you'll all agree that we have common goals. We all want to collaborate. We all want to make sure that the data that is collected is usable to answer questions and make decisions, and that we can all work together to share information and make that data and information much more valuable than its component parts. One thing I do want to mention is that the council has all along supported and encouraged the development of and continuation of regional monitoring programs, such as what the Central Valley Board is leading through the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, Region 2, the San Francisco Bay Regional Monitoring Program, the BITE program in Southern California, all programs that are of value and we feel are really the way to continue to keep people together, working on collecting information so that it can be used and decisions could be made from it. I can't emphasize enough the need to look at the data and assess it and try to use it for something, because then you really see how crappy it is sometimes. And not be afraid of that, because I think that that's the only way we can improve. I have a lot of, I don't know how many of you have had a look at our performance report that comes out of the State Water Board. It was every year. It's had taken a little hiatus over the last couple of years. It's being released again in February. But people were afraid to get their information out there, but what it caused was people to actually look at their data and see that it needed to be cleaned up and fixed, and it improves the data when you take a look at it. So I can't emphasize the need for assessing the data and getting it out there for people to look at. And then, of course, coming from the State Water Board and the Water Quality Monitoring Council, I want to emphasize the need to continue to look at contaminants as a stressor in the Delta. And across the state, really, but one that can't be ignored and should be included in all of your guys' discussions of the monitoring enterprise moving forward. And now that I have made it through without a coughing fit, I'm really happy. I met my performance measure. I'll answer questions, and then I'll start coughing so I don't have to answer them. Save them for the technical experts, these guys that are going to talk. No
Yeah, I have a
question?
question on your second or third last slide. You talked about to continue to monitor emerging issues and priority areas.
Mm-hmm.
What are the emerging issues, or is there a document that you have that's updated that talks about what the emerging issues might be?
The council hasn't come up with a specific document. It's been more as issues arise through the monitoring that's going on in the surface water ambient monitoring program, for example. Greg Kierhart can speak to some of this, is just as, like for the harmful algal blooms, for example, is one that has really risen to the top as a big issue that the council has decided to focus on and provide additional support for. So no, it's not documented. We're just being opportunistic as administration priorities change, as our agency secretaries' priorities change. We're trying to be fluid and not just focus in on we're doing this because we've always done it. We want to be flexible and support the need for information for particular issues that are high priority at the time.
So for right now, you'd say the harmful algal bloom is one of the key emerging issues?
That's one that we're working on for sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was really timely for us. This morning, we were talking about our water quality science review, which we're a little bit schizophrenic. We keep saying we're not trying to focus on water quality monitoring in this review, but inevitably monitoring comes up. And one of our data inputs was, how aware are you of the Water Quality Monitoring Council? And that's where we got, I was just looking at that, we got a fairly good split in terms of a number of people saying absolutely and a number of people saying huh. So, and one of our recommendations is the Water Quality Monitoring Council could be a very useful way to get more of this information out there and get it usable by people. And what you just said really reinforced that. And then we had a further discussion this morning. That's a recommendation we're making, but how would we implement that? Not us, but how would it be implemented? And so one of the things we're planning to do is have a discussion. I'm just giving you a heads up. We might be calling you or some of your folks. We make this recommendation, but what would it take to make it real? And I know you guys are grappling with that, but I think there's a co-evolution happening here, hopefully. So
Great.
Thank you so much.
That's encouraging. I appreciate that.
But you know, if we look at this questionnaire that Tracy was just referring to, the majority of the people said that more funding should be available, but an equal number said they weren't aware or they weren't familiar with the Water Quality Council, which, having attended your meeting, I found that kind of amazing. How do you get the word out that this data is available? Have you concentrated on making it available and known to the public more than to the agencies? I found this just kind of really unbelievable, that the number of people that weren't familiar with the council.
I think we've just generally done a poor job of communicating it to everyone, really. I mean, if you know it's there, you know it's there, but we haven't, I would say we have not done a good job of getting the word out. And the council members in general, I think we need to do more to get the council members talking to their own constituencies about, I mean, I think some do it better than others, but yeah, I think generally we're not faring well on that communications front. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board?
Oh.
We always give ourselves precedence.
Thank you very much for that, a very useful presentation, and thank you all for coming. We had the IEP panel yesterday, and that was similarly illuminating. It keeps striking me that so many of the water problems and water environmental quality problems that California faces are beyond the capabilities of any single agency, technically or institutionally or authoritative in terms of their regulatory authorities, and that we really have to try very hard to get agencies to work together so that they have enough budget, enough expertise, enough authority to accomplish the technical things that need to be done to solve the problems. And it's really hard to get agencies to do that, even within agencies, to get different programs within an agency to do that, because it's always easier to ignore and fight and be territorial than to cooperate. And that's true for academic departments as well, so this is just a human condition problem. And both IEP and the Water Quality Monitoring Council are attempts to rise above that. And of course, given the human condition problems, you'll never have better than checkered success. And so I really appreciate your efforts to try to do this, and some of your thoughts on the challenges you're having and the thoughts you have on where are promising ways to move forward. So thank you very much, and please continue.
Oh, you've just relieved me. I thought you were going to ask me how to fix it all.
Well, I mean, this is the human condition problem that we faced for thousands of years and will continue to face.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? Please come and stand at the microphone. Or comments, we'd appreciate. I've actually asked Chris this question too, and I'd be curious what you would say. What percent of like IEP's data do you think is currently on the portals, or any of the others? Or would you have any guess about the data that's out there on the Delta? How much of it is on the?
You know, I'm not the right person to guess that. I'd be totally swagging it.
I would say it's a very small percentage of IEP data is currently on the SRA portal. Currently, we're really partnering with the Delta Juvenile Fish Monitoring Program and the IEP Environmental Monitoring Program. That's really what we've been focusing our efforts on. Of course, through the work with 34 North, they do have access that they're able to pull from other data sources like CDEC and other partner data. But I would say it's a relatively small percentage of the IEP data sets.
And then a follow-up question would be, when this legislation was enacted, was there ever discussion of making it not voluntary, but some type of carrot and stick approach in terms of people putting their data in through the council?
I'm not aware of any thought that it would be a requirement. Anyone else? No, I don't think so. Although Val might have some.
When the legislation was first passed, it was sort of viewed that this was the first piece of legislation and kind of let's see what we can do, especially in terms of bringing in data from, say, federal agencies and partners. And so it was envisioned that there would be this report back and we would take that next step forward. That next step forward, and in terms of that report back to the legislature, I think still needs to occur. But the other thing is the focus was on water quality, and at the time, water quality monitoring was funded through the Water Board through a monitoring surcharge on permits. It was a 20% tax, if you want to call it that, to support monitoring. That's disappeared now. So things have gotten, I think, worse rather than better.
I can speak more to this later, but I think the companion legislation to your question is the 1070 bill, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act, and 1755, AB 1755. The problem with that, though, is it doesn't specify data sets to arrive. It talks about the council being a partnership in this platform that's being built that would open and share data, but it doesn't say exactly which data sets to make available. So I think there is progress on that evolutionary step. Next step was naming open data as being important, but we still need to identify the key data sets.
This on? Okay. So I guess this is more of an ideological or hypothetical question. If you're talking about water quality, you're mostly talking about the physical, chemical properties of water in a certain time or a certain period of time. And then when we going back to remembering the presentation by Steve yesterday about the IEP monitoring, mostly talking about the biological aspect of it a lot of times. And then my perspective of biological monitoring or biomonitoring or bioassessment is looking at the communities at the time or the period of time, and then you can try to connect that with the water quality issues, say the flow aspect of it or the physical chemical properties of it. And then I guess the question to you, or maybe comment, is what's the plan for that kind of sort of a connecting from physical chemical properties through the water quality monitoring, and then also the biological assessment of it, and then sort of connecting those in the California or the Delta, or well, I guess that has been done in the nationwide in, say, like EPA perspective. So I guess it's planned. What's the next step for your water quality monitoring or the Water Quality Monitoring Council?
So I'll answer this from with my water board hat on, actually. I've been working on, and now my staff are working on developing what I'll just call biological objectives. We've got the SWAMP program has a statewide biological assessment program in perennial streams that has been going on since, oh gosh, a long time. and includes reference stream monitoring. And we have a pretty darn valuable, robust data set that we can now combine with the water quality data. And in fact, we've got 2 projects that we've combined now that are developing both what do we mean when a stream is good in terms of its biology, and our intent is to use multiple indicators, our most robust one being benthic invertebrates, but we've started to develop algal indicators as well. Of course, the holy grail is fish ultimately, which we haven't even touched on yet. And combine that with the development of nutrient endpoint, a policy for looking at nutrients as a first stepping point to use those data to identify thresholds for nutrients in perennial streams as well. So at the State Water Board, we're actively working on combining those 2 types of indicators in a way that helps us look at how to address water quality problems and what those thresholds ought to be. In the Delta, I'll rely on somebody who knows a lot more about Delta biomonitoring to speak to that question, but it's definitely something we're thinking about. Okay.
Any other questions? Now, I think what we'll do, oh, yes, please.
Hi, Laura Volpe with SWIFCA. So I think the prior question really kind of hit at a little more fundamental of a question, or at least as I interpreted it, is, when the term water quality is a very nebulous term. To some people it means like DO, pH, turbidity. To other people it means toxicity. To other people it means, the chemical constituents, the contaminants in it. And, and so I would just offer that. I don't know if, can you speak as the different portals, do they just include, sort of the DO, turbidity, pH of water quality, or does it go beyond that into toxicity data and chemistry data and the whole ball of wax, or?
Yeah, I'd say that there are a wide range of indicators that are presented as part of the portals. You got safe to swim, which is mainly pathogen data. You've got, is it safe to eat fish? So that's fish tissue contaminants. So that's water quality, sort of. It's in the fish, though, right? I already mentioned we've got biological data, and that's made available through our Healthy Watersheds portal. And then we do have the normal toxicity is another one through our Healthy Watersheds portal. We've got regular nutrient data, DO, as those indicators are valuable in answering questions, we present that data.
And then I'll just add that you mentioned earlier that the new flows subgroup is coming along.
Yeah.
And that's really the one that's tying together some of these pieces, the ecological flows and different endpoints. And there actually is a project that looks at using the Southern California benthic data to actually develop new endpoints. So.
And I'll just add to the question that I think that with the Monitoring Council, at least in the context of our efforts, that a lot of the water quality, what's considered water quality, really just depends on what partners are taking part in the work groups. If we have additional partners that are able to take part, really the council's efforts relate to water quality or ecosystem health, and it's pretty broad in terms of what we cover. And often what we find is that the efforts of our work groups and what's on the portals really depends on who's partnering with us. So I think it's pretty broad.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll take about a 10-minute break now, but before we break, I was thinking, especially in this last discussion, about 40 years ago, John Cairns, who was one of the first people pushing biological monitoring of pollution, had a really interesting comment. He said, what we need for monitoring is a freeze-dried talking fish on a stick. And I think that's kind of a good point to take a break. When we come back, we'll have a interesting panel discussion. So about a 10-minute break, and please come back ready with questions and comments too. Yeah. Okay, we're about ready to start. We're really fortunate to have a very distinguished panel today, and what we're going to do is we've given a list of the questions, and actually we have copies of those up here, just as a framework for our 5 panelists, along with Karen, to think about in terms of their presentations. And it's free form, though, so what we would like is we'll go down the row, each of you kind of introducing yourself and then giving your thoughts, and then we'll just have a free form discussion, and I hope we'll get some people from the audience. In every other brown bag seminar, the people are lined up around the block to talk. This is the first 2 days that we've not had that. So again, Karen, thank you for a wonderful way of introducing this whole thing. And Greg, if you'd introduce yourself, please.
So I was going to say the people are all lined up at the cannabis retail shops, but that's probably not an appropriate joke to start. So my name is Greg Gerhardt. I'm the Director of Office of Information Management Analysis at the Water Board. This position in this office serves sort of like a Chief Data Officer for the Water Board. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the hyper-focus that I'm trying to bring to data availability and accessibility, well-documented data, and then I'll talk a little bit about how that is applying some of the work that my office and staff are doing with the Delta in particular. So we have been building databases at the Water Board for a long time that house a lot of the information or data that you have maybe been part of generating and looking at. And so in my office, we are in particular charge of 2 of those data enterprise systems. One is called the California Environmental Data Exchange, CEDN. The other one is called the California Information Water Quality for Systems. Sorry, CWIX. I can't remember what it stands for now. German's going to kill me. And that one's got more regulatory information, but it's also got effluent and sort of data that's coming out of the pipes of some of our permit holders. So we are in not only in a position where we're housing that sort of brain for the Water Board, but we're asked in some ways to make it accessible and maybe turn it into information if we can. And so what I've done in the 3 years I've been there is really worked on accessibility. And what that has meant in the common lexicon is open data. So we've been really focusing on publishing our data sets in a way that's structured, machine readable, and has the documentation needed to understand that data. And then with AB 1755 came along, we're also partnering a lot with the Department of Water Resources on sort of building the playing field and providing the players, if you want to use that metaphor. So with that in mind, there's a lot of work to do. So it's data infrastructure work at an agency like mine that is going to make the difference on accessibility. So we've been working very closely with the programs, many of the programs in Karen's division, many of the programs that the regions are involved with, to essentially take those relational database worlds, those ecosystems that they have, and turn them into more accessible data, which turns out to be a flat file. It's a 2-dimensional process. It's taking a multi-dimensional table world and turning it into 2 dimensions. And that sounds really boring and wonky, but that's such a critical path step in making that data accessible, because then you can publish it, then you can put it in a machine-readable place, and machines can read it. And so the work that 34 North and others do becomes a lot easier, and that data starts to flow. So I think of our organization, and my job in particular, as being in a stage right now where we're kind of like a great blue heron that's just hyper-focused on the question of, is this data that we're collecting arriving in time for the critical decisions that are either being made or need to be made? And there's a couple of kinds of decisions that I'm talking about. One is an operational kind of a decision. So Karen alluded to the performance program. A lot of the internal operations at my agency that relate to the Delta are being measured in terms of how many outputs people do, how many inspections are done, how many permits are reissued, how many 401 certifications are granted, and then also the resources that it takes to get those. So that's an operational example, but there's also critical water quality decisions, and a good example that I like to use is I've been in the room where decisions about do you open up an area for waters that would essentially create new mercury availability in fish, or it would also potentially create habitat benefits to juvenile salmon. So you have this trade-off question, and the data that could answer those questions is not always available. And the management ecosystem that I work in is not always patient to wait for the data to arrive. And so my goal with that great blue heron in mind is just to keep focused on, is the data there, is the data there, is the data there, and if not, can it get there? And so with that in mind, of course, there's gaps that I could talk about, but we all know what a lot of the gaps are. One of the ones that Karen alluded to is contaminants of emerging concern. And so we're looking at that kind of a information gap in the Delta system right now. We're working with the Delta RMP. I sit on the steering committee along with many others in the room. And then I also have staff that participate in the subcommittees and technical working groups. So that's one of the sort of easy examples of a gap. But I guess I would say that there's a lot of potential for the Independent Science Board to help in this hyper-focus of asking, will the data arrive? Because you're asking, in my opinion, the management questions, and then hopefully someone is holding us and the others accountable to deliver data that either might be available or could be accessed. So that's how I would frame my position.
My name is Chris Jones, and I work for DWR, and I serve as the Assistant Director for the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. And so Karen did a great job of introducing the work of the council and our goals and objectives. And kind of just to recap, we really focus on the coordination and collaboration across monitoring efforts that relate to both water quality and ecosystem health, but then also access to the data from those programs. And one of the things that we've more recently shifted towards, and we've been having a lot of high-level discussions with high-level representatives within Cal EPA Natural Resources, undersecretaries and secretary level. And one of the things that we've received feedback is to support high-level initiatives and initiatives that are important to our respective agencies. And so while the Monitoring Council has really focused a lot of the work, working through our work groups and our portals to try to achieve the goals that I just laid out, that's been something that we've been more recently trying to support, is trying to support other initiatives. And one area that we've in particular focused on is to try to help coordinated data management for initiatives. That's something where I could see as an area that I think would be important to highlight for the ISB as they conduct their review is that there really is a need within for agency scientists to have guidance and support on how to effectively manage their data in a coordinated way. And so that's one of the things that recently this came up in the review of the National Research Council, their review for the sustainability of water and environmental management in the Bay Delta. And in their review, they mentioned that our silos of data have resulted in separate and compartmentalized science. And so it's really impeded our ability to make informed management decisions. And so this poses a challenge for us, is that, as I mentioned, most agency scientists are not IT or data management professionals, though they may try to do their due diligence to try to effectively manage their data. Most agency scientists don't have the proper training to deal with some of these challenges. As Karen pointed out nicely in her presentation, there are inherent challenges with bringing data together from siloed programs. There's different QA/QC procedures, different data standards and protocols, and so these are challenges that a lot of agency scientists don't really necessarily have the training to deal with. And so that's something that we've and certainly not in a coordinated way across agency programs or organizations. And so that's something that the Monitoring Council has more recently grappled with is how can we support those challenges. And recently, within the past year and a half or so, we formed a steering committee for data management. And so this has been one area where we've tried to support, where we've tried to, in that steering committee, include representatives that are at a high level with data management professionals that are at a level that they can start to address some of these challenges and in a coordinated way try to work with their staff to implement change. And that steering committee has a data management work group, which Karen mentioned, that reports to them and is more at the staff level to support those goals. But one area that I wanted to highlight that the data management work group has really helped to support more recently is, for example, the IEP's data utilization work group, which is, or DUG, if you've heard that acronym before. But it's a group that just formed within the last year and a half or so. But they're grappling with some of these similar challenges of how do we coordinate data and data management across state and federal programs so that they can be brought together for informing resource management decisions and also for adaptive management purposes. And so that's something where the data management work group has really filled a niche to help support and guide the agency scientists that are involved in the DUG. Building that bridge between the agency scientists and the data management IT professionals who could really help to support those efforts in a coordinated way. And so that's something where the IEP is just one example, but there are other initiatives that we're also supporting, such as the EcoRestore IMIT or the integrated or interagency adaptive management integration team. And that's an area where similarly there's a need for coordinated data management across state and federal programs or private sector groups that are collecting monitoring data. But there really is a need for support and guidance to help guide the agency scientists or scientists on how to effectively do that. And so that's one of the things that I thought would be a really important thing to highlight is that data management, Reiner and I were just talking about this in the break, is that data management is not by any means a sexy topic. It's often an afterthought. and so I think that it's something that is important for us to still highlight as something that's important and that it should be thought of at the onset of projects, and agency scientists should have the support and guidance that they need to be able to effectively manage it in a coordinated way. So.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Lori Weber, and I'm the program manager for the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. At the State Water Board, I'm actually in Greg's office. He's my director. And reading through these questions, I personally do not have much in-depth experience with monitoring in the Delta and the different constituents that are monitored, and to really answer the question as far as are there data gaps and with any level of understanding. So really my experience is managing statewide swamp monitoring programs. Within SWAMP, we have four large statewide programs, and also we have each of the 9 regional boards has their own monitoring programs. And I guess the one take-home message that I thought would be relevant to this discussion today is, everybody knows how to set up a monitoring program. We all know the basics of, starting with your management questions. I mean, we have many competent scientists out there. Starting with your management questions, making sure that your study design, is designed to answer those questions, that you establish your data quality objectives, have very strong, robust QA/QC protocols to meet those objectives, some sort of external peer review, and also, making this connection to decision makers. I think the Delta Science program is unique in that it has a very strong connection to the public, which, I admire in working in SWAMP, where you tend to get buried in, your agency, within your agency. And also, very important with kind of the theme of the discussion here today is making connections to other monitoring programs. And I think that's what we're all trying to do, and I think that's great. In SWAMP, we deal with that just within the realm of our programs, is that, we've got these very robust statewide programs that are answering important management questions. And we've kind of ticked off all the things that you need to do to have a good monitoring program. But what we've found over the years is that, once these programs are established, they sort of take on a life of their own. And it's really extremely easy. It's part of the human condition that you tend to get caught up in the autopilot of managing those programs. So they tend to we get caught up in the logistics and developing the contracts and writing the reports and getting the deadlines in and scheduling the peer review meetings, and and that just starts running on autopilot. That's where the effort goes into. And what happens with that is that there's two kind of major issues that result. One is that you start working in silos. You're really you kind of lose that holistic perspective. We've got 4 different programs that are looking at different things. Is there some overlap, or are there things that we can coordinate on? Well, that discussion is not always happening. And the other thing that happens is that, once you're kind of in your channel and you're working in in each of your siloed programs, you tend to it's difficult to circle back to managers and decision makers, and it's really important to make that link to the people who are going to be using the data. So I think. And when that happens, you kind of lose track of emerging issues. You may not be able, you're focused on your questions, you're doing a really good job of answering the questions, but maybe you're missing some of the emerging issues. So what we've found and what we've really been working on is to develop strong institutional mechanisms to encourage cross-pollination between our monitoring programs, and also to develop ways to, that's just hardwired into what we do to get that feedback from decision makers and the public. So, and that's something that it has to be part of what you do. It's like if you're going to exercise regularly, it's one of those things that you do like brushing your teeth. It's the same thing with coordination and collaboration between programs. So one of the ways that we've done that in SWAMP is, we put a lot of effort into developing contracts to make sure that, the work can get done. We have these kind of 3-year contract cycles, and we have this group, it's called the Roundtable, that meets monthly and kind of focuses on those issues. Well, these are our scientists, these are our subject matter experts. We decided what we were going to do every 3 years is just a strategic, kind of holistic view of our monitoring, of our 4 statewide monitoring programs, to make sure that, to take a step back and look at a higher level. Another thing that, of course, the Monitoring Council itself is an outgrowth of the work that Dr. Val Connor started many years ago with SWAMP. And, there's always been a strong emphasis on leveraging and coordination. The council itself is a very important organization that gives us the ability to, it gives us an infrastructure to coordinate with other programs that are monitoring in the same, in the same areas that we are, and kind of answering the same questions. So that's sort of our, I guess my perspective as a SWAMP program manager is take advantage of these mechanisms that exist, but also make sure that those, review them often and make sure that you have the correct, that you're really getting to where you want to go, and that you're not getting stuck in a silo. That's all I would say.
Hi, my name's Adam Lapitz. I'm here today. I have my main role, I think, is with the co-chair with the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. I'm also the assistant executive officer at the Central Valley Water Board. I think probably, in the questions and some of the discussion that I've heard so far, I'll give a little bit of a, where I think at the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, where we see and where we've been wrestling with weaknesses and issues. And it really, I think, comes down to one thing, and that is that there is no shortage of emerging issues. We're constantly wrestling with emerging issues, but then during that same time, we're trying to stay on track with issues that we know exist and that we have to gather information for to be ready for a management decision, like Greg was bringing up earlier. So in that, we've the Delta Regional Monitoring Program just started sampling about 2 to 3 years ago. We are a sustainable program of about $1 million a year of income coming in to do monitoring. And we've set up 4 focus areas, and those focus areas are mercury, nutrients, pesticides and toxicity, and pathogens. Pathogens is one of the focus areas that we're relatively wrapping up at this point. We've done some special studies, and we're moving basically our focus more onto mercury, nutrients, pesticides, and toxicity. We're also trying to do some special projects. Those special projects are the constituents of emerging concern that Greg brought up earlier. That's one where we've recognized a data gap in the Delta, and we're going to try and start conducting some monitoring in 2018, at least our first phase. That's my goal. So we have no shortage of these issues coming on. And in your questions, you asked, well, how can your programs maybe provide some help or some? And I would say that on the one side, focus is helpful. In a system, in a situation where you're buffeted and pushed in all directions, and you have only a certain amount of bandwidth, focus is always helpful. And so providing that and providing a cohesive message that we can go out from the Delta Regional Monitoring Program and say, okay, we got all these issues. We can't afford to deal with all of them at once. But this group of scientists have looked at all the monitoring going on, and they provided some way of us focusing ourselves a little bit and a lens with which we can look through things, and that would help me. So that's one thing. The other thing from the Regional Monitoring Program that I think is a strength is we at the regional board, in building this program, what we did was we looked at it and we said, okay, to get it off the ground, we're going to stop doing local monitoring in certain areas and start trying to fund this overarching program. And to some people, that was a loss. It is a loss. It's a loss of some local information. But in our opinion, the trade-off has always been, we're going to start, instead of just doing monitoring for monitoring's sake, we're going to start looking at questions and trying to answer them. And I think that's a strength that is helpful for us, and is also would be helpful has been helpful in bringing together collaborating entities and saying, look, we have these questions, we're going to try to answer them, and it's not so important that we monitor this exact location all the time. So from the perspective of our regional water board, one place that I think in strength, and one thing that I think could be helpful, again, in supporting our programs and looking at water quality and trying to follow up on water quality issues and manage for them. When and I believe it was, I think Vince, you brought it up earlier. When you have data coming in from several siloed locations, the one thing that's clear at a board meeting when you're trying to make a management decision is there's a lot of confusion, right? One group is saying, well, geez, we did this study and it says all these things. And another group is saying, yeah, but you didn't ask the right questions, so you got the wrong answer. And so this goes on. And what's really clear in that is that we need to be gathering information and having those different entities at the table and their scientists at the table at the same time, and dealing with those things at the front end, so at the tail end we can have swift management. Perhaps we can't have all the answers right up front, but perhaps we can have swifter management once we've figured out those answers. So focus is going to be extremely important for us. At the RMP, we're $1 million. It's not a big monitoring program. And one other thing that I think is important is we took, with those focus areas, some of our lessons learned. With our focus areas, with nutrients, we took a little bit of a different approach. And I know that some of you know that because you reviewed our monitoring program, but for the benefit of the group, For nutrients, we didn't go out and stick bottles in the water right off the bat at the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. We started by doing synthesis of the different monitoring that was going on and tried to say, well, where can we fit in? Where can we actually provide some more, I guess a good way of putting it is value added, right, to what the games that are already in town. And when we went through the review of the program and the science program review, the nutrients didn't. There was, I think, some general understanding that was a good way to go about looking at nutrients. So, lessons learned for us is maybe our value as a program, at least for some of these areas, might be to take that approach more often and start there instead of starting with bottles in the water. Do you have any questions for me? I think that's about all I had to say right now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Volpe with the State and Federal Contractors Water Agency, and I'm the science manager, relatively new, there about a year or so ago. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the panel. My comments have been coordinated with the public water agencies, our member agencies. The Delta RMP, as Adam mentioned and discussed, conducted a review of their monitoring design for contaminants by an independent review panel. And there are a number of good suggestions in this recent review that could be incorporated into the existing monitoring programs, not just for water quality, but for other aspects of monitoring as well. This review could also be reviewed by the ISB as part of their water quality monitoring review. And the final report of I'll just call it the DRMP or the Delta RMP review provides an overview of the general requirements for an effective environmental monitoring program. And the general principles, they state, is a strong consensus in the science literature on the essential components of a monitoring program designed to assess status and trends. And the key requirements are specify objectives in terms of measurable attributes, identifying the monitoring state variables or indicators and why they were selected, state the spatial and temporal domain of the population of interest or the sample frame, state the type of change to detect, specify the magnitude of change to detect, and then following that, the precision for the trend estimate. Provide general estimates of uncertainty, specify trigger points or thresholds that will lead to a management response. And Karen kind of alluded that much of their data needs analysis against some kind of threshold to really provide information as opposed to just data. And then determine specify the management action that will occur, determine the effects of the management action, and then monitor for that, and then update the design as needed, which is the adaptive management component. And the review panel recommended an excellent source, a 2012 book entitled Design and Analysis of Long-Term Ecological Monitoring Studies, edited by Gitson and others. And the basic premise is that managers should put considerable effort into thinking about why the monitoring program is being undertaken, what specific aspects of the environment should be monitored, and how the data will be used to make decisions. And their approach emphasized the integration of defining quantitative objectives, statistical study design, and data analysis as part of the entire monitoring program. This approach started with clearly defining monitoring goals and objectives, and the book emphasizes a whole problem approach, which includes an applied statistician as part of the monitoring development team from the very start. And so I'll talk a little about monitoring objectives. The review panel recommended that the DRMP be very specific in addressing the monitoring questions and monitoring goals of the program. There was, as Adam indicated, a series of questions, but they weren't specific enough. And the review panel noted that the monitoring objectives needed to be restated in terms of measurable terms, usually as a means or trend over time or space or both. And even, for example, when a numerical water quality objective is given, it may refer to a single observation over a sample size or area or time period which has not been specified. So that needed to be, they were recommending to have that more precise. And in SWFCA's view, the above principles could be applied to any monitoring program, but especially water quality, other biological components of ecosystem health as well. And the critical step that is often overlooked is really refining the monitoring objectives that should be measurable, specific, measurable, achievable, results-oriented, and relevant over a relevant time frame, or the SMART that we've all heard about. The review panel, the DRMP review panel, also recommended integration of the study design with data analysis. And we also believe that the usual approach in the Delta of collecting the data and then figuring out what statistical and data analysis will be performed on the data after the fact is inefficient and could be greatly improved by applying some of the principles I just spoke about, using a quantitative approach. And some of the other speakers referenced that as well. It's one thing to collect data and have it as an open source, but if you don't analyze it, you're not getting information and knowledge from that data. The DRMP also the review panel also recommended that the tidal phase and variation in flow need to be taken into consideration in the sampling design. And this is especially important in the tidally influenced part of the delta. And if that's not taken into consideration, then one might be concluding that the source is upstream when in reality it was downstream, or vice versa. And this is especially important in water quality monitoring, but the principle is applicable to chemical or biological or physical monitoring. And I realized that, the panel realized that you can't always do that. There's just logistical and feasibility issues, but that information should be recorded and at least definitely considered in the data analysis component of that monitoring program. And then specifically for pesticides or contaminants, the review panel emphasized using aquatic and sediment toxicity testing more widely to identify where toxicity is occurring in the delta, and then use further testing and chemical analysis, especially broad or non-target analyses, chemical analyses, to further identify sources and contaminants that are causing the toxicity. The panel also identified the need for thresholds or trigger points and estimates of reliability without toxicity data. And we believe this is a sound approach for assessing contaminant impacts in general, not just pesticides in the delta. Finally, the SWFCA also believes that there could be better integration across programs, such as that water quality and toxicity testing could be an integral part of the monitoring, like the IEP monitoring that we heard about yesterday, that is conducted for biological components. And the current directed outflow program being developed and implemented by USBR and others incorporates toxicity testing and chemical analysis into a fish and food web monitoring program that is evaluating outflow augmentations. And such an integrated approach of evaluating the fish presence, food web components, and toxicity testing is an important addition to a traditional approach of just looking at fish and food webs. So in summary, we believe that a quantitative and statistical approach to designing monitoring programs and data analysis is needed in the delta. We also believe consideration of the tidal phase during when sampling occurs should be considered in the monitoring design and especially in the data analysis. And we also support the integration of toxicity testing and chemical analysis into fish and food web monitoring programs whenever feasible in order to better understand contaminant stressors on the ecosystem. And I provided these comments in a written format to Edmund. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask the panel if any of you have any thoughts that you'd like to add based on, I'm sorry. Oh, Val, I'm sorry. Oh, of all people to forget. Oh.
Maybe I don't have anything to say. No.
It's just that you look so relaxed now.
I do have to say that it feels very good to be back here with all of my friends and colleagues, and especially for you state employees. There will come a day when you realize your state pension is well worth all the effort that you put into it. I wanted to start out, I didn't prepare any comments. I know that will shock you, but it will also shock you that I think I have quite a few things to say, but you won't get anything in writing. The first thing is, I do want to thank you, and I want you to understand from my perspective how important and how critical this review is. And your perspective, your knowledge from systems outside of the Delta and outside of California are incredibly valuable, especially for state scientists that can't travel. So I know this is going to take a lot of your energy and your time, but I would just say to you that I think it is time well spent, and it's really appreciated. There are a number of us that are totally devoted to ecosystem restoration and water supply reliability, and I think these reviews, and this one in particular, will help us all achieve that. So, saying that first. The second thing is that since I retired, my vision has gone from requiring 4x to requiring 7x magnification on my glasses, so we'll get to that. I look at your speakers from yesterday, your panelists yesterday and today, and the first thing is I think that these are the right folks to talk to and listen to. You've brought in the champions. But there's a couple of groups that I think you haven't pulled in, and I think that their perspective is really important, and I would encourage you to reach out to them. I think you need to reach out a little bit more to stakeholders, some of the NGOs, some of the environmental justice folks, as well as sort of the standard stakeholders that the Water Board has already been talking about and have representation on the Monitoring Council. I do support most of what I've heard, and I don't want to repeat what I heard over there. With Laura, you got a lot of detailed technical input that I do agree with, but I want to focus more on the people part. It's the part that I don't think gets a lot of look in these reviews, and I think the ISB is sort of uniquely situated to be able to dig into that. And the reason that I say that is that we've had a ton of external reviews for the Delta and for the work of the water boards. And the ones that have been effective, from speaking from my own personal experience, are the ones where I really got taken to the woodshed and told what needed to change. It creates a sense of urgency that allows staff to get approval from their managers to focus on these changes. I would encourage you, as part of your review, to go back and read the reviews from the last 5 or 6 years and look, because what you will see, I think, is that it's not that you don't have good technical people to make these technical decisions. There are a number of obstacles to doing good monitoring, assessment, and reporting. And by looking at those reviews and a number of the IEP reviews, the IEP folks would reply, good point, but. I think those buts are critical. So I would encourage you to look at the reviews that have been done, look at the changes that have been made, look at the changes that haven't been made, bin those changes in terms of, these are some common obstacles that all of us with our programs and our agencies face, and what kind of recommendations can the ISB bring for dealing with those common denominator obstacles. I guess the next thing that I would say is that one of the things that is lacking overall for the Delta, but we're moving, I think, swiftly in that direction, is an overall monitoring framework. And the monitoring framework that the folks at the Water Board use is the monitoring framework proposed by the Environmental Protection Agency. It is the mom and apple pie of monitoring. Nobody is going to disagree that you need to define your questions, that you need a technically defensible design, that you need core indicators, that you need quality assurance, data management, assessment. You need to have external peer review, and you need to have infrastructure planning. But we haven't really thought about that at the level of the Delta. A good example of the problem is I look at the folks here, and with the exception of Chris being here on part of the Monitoring Council, this is all water quality folks. And so yesterday you had IEP, and then today it's more water quality. we can and should do a better job of having a unified discussion and begin that communication, coordination, and collaboration. And so if you could look at some of the obstacles to that, I think that could be very helpful. Let's see. Even though I didn't prepare any comments, I took 4 pages of notes, and it's like my hair, so give me a second here. I did want to say something about assessment and reporting, okay? They're always short-sheeted, okay? To me, it's still stunning to me that the MAST, the IEP MAST, was considered a special thing. Let's try and do an assessment of our data instead of putting the data out there. That is a required element of a monitoring program. And so we need to have that framework. If your comments and your recommendations came within that kind of framework, your report, your recommendations are pre-adapted for folks that work on water quality to take those recommendations and fold them into what they're doing. So I would recommend doing that. About the 10 elements, besides the mom and apple pie, yeah, you need QA, yeah, you need a data management plan, it requires a strategy, an overall strategy. And I don't think we have that overall strategy for the Delta. And I know I'm probably irritating a lot of folks by saying that. But I think that, like Lori says, in terms of taking that time out to look, we need to know, first, where are we at? Second, where are we going? Third, what are those implementation priorities to get from where we're at to where we want to go? And so, what are sort of those next steps? And I know that it's been a very difficult process within SWAMP over time and the Monitoring Council over time. But by having that framework and having that overall strategy and linking that strategy to performance measures, I think it's helped us make progress. And I will say that I think we are making great progress. It's wonderful to leave this world for 8 months and then come back for a day and see there's incredible progress, even in just that 8 months, in terms of the things that IEP is doing and the Monitoring Council. It seems like there's this place where we're at in a number of these programs that it's almost existential about where am I now, where do I want to go? And so I think that the timing for your review will be really helpful. I do think we can do better to integrate. I think we can integrate better with the Bay. I think the Monitoring Council helps with that. I think we can do better integrating water quality with the other monitoring types, and the external review of the Delta RMP and the water quality review, I think will come to similar conclusions that, yes, we all want to do this and we can do it better. I think we need to start thinking about, we've got monitoring, we've got compliance monitoring, we have environmental monitoring, but we also, I think, in the Delta make progress through special studies and research. And one of the things that we haven't integrated as well as I think we could is how do we integrate monitoring with those special studies? When we talk about how much data is available, a lot of the routine monitoring data is available on the web. But when you talk about where we make progress in our understanding and how we inform these decisions, a lot of that comes from special studies, and all of those are pretty much done differently now. And so I think what we really want is our environmental monitoring, our compliance monitoring, our special studies to mutually strengthen and reinforce each other. And that's really only possible when you kind of do the things that these folks have laid out, but really think also about comparability. Comparability about the information that you're collecting. And so, moving towards performance measures, I think can help with that. Let me see. I think I would end with, again, saying that I look at what your RFP is asking folks to do, and it's, what are you monitoring, where are you monitoring, why are you monitoring? And you will get, I'm sure, just beautiful tables produced by some consultant that can tell you who's collecting copper data or fish data at different locations. And I just am not sure that's going to tell you what you need to know. I don't think there's a lot of duplicative monitoring. I think the barriers to better monitoring really are institutional, they're organizational, they're human nature, as Jay was talking about. It also has a lot to do with training. I encourage you to talk to Greg Gearhart. I still think of you as the Training Academy. Who's the right person? The Water Board has an incredible training academy, and Rich Brewer in OEMA is developing, I believe, a monitoring curricula for the training academy. And, just things like that infrastructure, the people part, taking advantage of some of these other things, I think would be something worthwhile taking a look at. Budget. We do need more resources for monitoring. Monitoring is the redheaded stepchild of science. Some scientists don't even like the word monitoring. As a community, we understand that monitoring doesn't cost, that monitoring pays, but we have done a horrible job of delivering that message. And I think if that can happen, that more resources will come, but creative ideas on how to get sustainable funding. When I look at the Monitoring Council and all that they've achieved, they had one staff person who did that, then 1.5. They were limited by funding and by staff time. Their success is due to sort of the second thing that I think is really important to look at is that in this people part, and that is, I call them champions. There's a lot of people here that I consider champions, but it's the individuals that matter, and it's their ability to do their job that matters. And there are a suite of obstacles in terms of knowledge and skills and experience and resources that inhibit those champions from being able to do more. But I think we're at a point where I look at who all is retiring, and there's all these great people that are stepping up, but they need to be empowered to become the next generation of champions, I guess for lack of a better word. So please do look at that people part. Another part of the people part that was raised when we did the monitoring enterprise workshop was stakeholders, the importance of stakeholders. Stakeholders is either a dirty word or an appropriate word, depending on whether you're a stakeholder or not. No. But I think that we need to look carefully because all of those other monitoring enterprises that came and talked to us for 2 days really emphasized the importance and the potential contribution of stakeholders, where here what we have is our stakeholders, we tend to argue. So look at that people part and see what you can tell us. I mean, stakeholders need to be involved, but they need to have a place, and it needs to be explicit. So I would talk to your stakeholders, and I would think about how stakeholders can be involved and important in monitoring. I guess the last thing is something that I know that at least 8 months ago you guys were all aware of, is that so much of this is people part, it's social part, and this requires expertise in organizational behavior and management and people skills. And in terms of that expertise in organizational behavior and management, I don't think that biologists, scientists have a lot of expertise in that. And so it may be that you would want to bring in some folks that do have that expertise to look at the way we're doing monitoring here and the way that it could be improved. So that's my 10 minutes of rambling. Thank you.
Ron, you're sitting there, but I don't think you're going to speak at this point. So again, but like I asked before, if you could please just starting at the beginning, Greg, if you want to add something based on what others have said or some other insights you have, and we'll just, anybody that wants to do this, and this can be free form too.
So reinforcing the organizational development component, it's critical to me. Having timely data arrive for timely decision-making is going to require someone who can help look at the larger system. So the only thing I'll just keep emphasizing is there is a thing called data infrastructure that's really important. And so understanding, I support the need for technical experts like statisticians and what have you, but in my current thinking, that's all under the role of a chief data officer. You got data science skills that you need. You have system architecture skills that you need. Just like getting people in and out of a building, you need to sort of think about that before you start expecting data to arrive. Otherwise, you're doing a lot of carpentry work to make the doorways in the right places. So that's my emphasis, is don't just get hung up on a single bullet. A statistician is absolutely needed, but we need a lot of stuff too.
Thanks. Adam?
Learn how to turn a mic. Evidently, it doesn't want to stay on. I just wanted to, based on what Val said about stakeholders, I think that's a really key component. And what, you can do all the monitoring that you want out, and you can have the most perfect study, but without stakeholder involvement, you may not be able to launch on the next phase of what really needs to be done. So I think bringing them in early and having those discussions and finding out, how to integrate is really key, and it's something that keeps me up nights, and it's food for thought for me on my drive in every morning is how I can try and do those kinds of things. It's a real challenge, but it's really important.
Thanks. We can open up to the public, please, if anybody has any comments or questions.
Steve Culberson, IEP Lead Scientist. Thanks for the opportunity. I feel like I've wandered into a family reunion and discovered a cousin I didn't know, and we've got a lot in common. So it's been wonderful to listen and hear, and I wanted to reiterate the notion that Val was ending with, and that is the people thing and the institutional arrangement thing. And I know I've had some discussions with some members of the ISB about this. There's an opportunity here for us to think rather outside the box about how we encourage this interagency collaboration that we've all been talking about. And I think we've all been sort of in our own various ways, pointing out that we're struggling with the impediments, I think someone mentioned, to being champions for this interagency collaborative thing that I think we're all doing, good jobs at, but could do better if there was an institutional arrangement for that. And I don't think it's necessarily anything wrong with any of the particular agencies, but that's not really what they're there for. So I would encourage the ISB's review to consider suggestions and other examples where we might consider alternative institutional arrangements or additional arrangements. I don't even know what to call them, JPAs or extra institutional arrangements where you have a separate board that describes the work and demands that people do the interagency collaboration, and people are evaluated on that basis, and they report back to the agency directors about how those people are doing if they're on loan or whatever. So I don't know. I'm just searching for ways in which we might find an imperative for actually doing the collaborative work, as opposed to sort of hiring people and then saying, well, go do that for us. I mean, I think we need to find a way to actually, incentivize that and punish people for not doing that, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you. What is it, JPA? Is that what it is? Joint Power. Yeah. Anything else? Well, again, let me ask the board if we have any comments to make. We can always count on Jay.
Yeah, I profess therefore I am. One of the things that several people have said, but I think Val hit on it also, was that there's a broader audience. A lot of times we write our reviews for people that don't need to read our reviews. A lot of the people that we interview at the higher level, they're just as smart as we are, and they're just as well at the issues and impediments as we are. But to really move a lot of these areas forward, we've got to educate a broader group of people. And it's not our business to educate people, or we're the science review panel, I know, but just as involving the stakeholders in some of these monitoring efforts has brought them along, has educated them so they can move along and bring things along. It might be useful for us to, as we, particularly the monitoring review, where it's going to be prolonged. This is already going to be more than a year. As we're doing workshops, as we're doing interviews, maybe we should bring in some of the stakeholders and the NGOs, the people that are always advocating for monitoring but don't really know what they're talking about, and use this as a way of educating them so that when they're advocating for monitoring, they're advocating for the right kind of monitoring and make it more effective. I think we have the luxury of that for this review, and I'm trying to think of, that might also be a useful thing for the water supply reliability review and some of the other things, because really the people that need to read our review the most are not the people that read our reviews. And the people that need to read our reviews are not going to read them. They're going to have to understand them by other ways.
Thanks. Thanks, Tracy.
So I just wanted to speak a little bit about, especially Laura, what you were saying about the, sort of the components of what you need for a monitoring program. You need to have that structure, you need to have your questions identified. And for certain aspects of water quality, and we've grappled with this in the water quality science review, for certain aspects, things are pretty clear. We know the trigger points, or we know what's going to, we know, what things we want to even have trigger points for, salinity and temperature and DO. But if you go to CECs, contaminants of emerging concern, we need to monitor for them. But if you start asking questions of the people, why are you monitoring those compounds? And you're saying, I don't even know what compounds I'm going to monitor. Well, what are your trigger points? Well, how can I tell you my trigger points? I mean, you've got to have different layers of expectations. And again, in our water quality science draft that's out for public comment, we talk about this very difficult issue of having a shared understanding of what water quality is. And I don't think we'll ever get there. One of the things we recommend is better models of water quality in all aspects for the Delta, so that people can see all in one place, so we can all at least understand that we're talking about a variety of endpoints, a variety of trigger points. And so much of what you folks said and what you're working with and dealing with, there's a lot of the recommendations that we make in this draft that's out for public review right now that I think we really would value your response. I know you're not going to have time to read the whole thing. We barely did, and we wrote it. But if you could look at the recommendations and give us your feedback on the relevance of those recommendations as they relate to what you've been talking about for us today in the bigger context of the overall monitoring enterprise review, that would be really helpful. And the public comments, we got about 3 more weeks of open for public comments. And I think that would be, I'd really value your input into whether we're helping or whether we're just further confusing people. I think we're helping, but it would be really useful for us. So thank you again.
Thank you for your comments and perspectives. So I heard from a number of you some of the challenges of managing different data streams and access to data that maybe are collected in different ways. And I was thinking about whether there might be models from other programs or agencies that would be useful. For example, I heard some comments about about monitoring being an afterthought. So some agencies, like the National Science Foundation, require data management plans upfront when proposals, at the proposal writing stage. And so I guess I'd just like to maybe hear from you about whether that approach has been tried in the Delta, or whether that type of approach could be useful in better integration and coordination of data streams.
Thank you for your question. So that there has been a recent effort. I had mentioned the work that the Monitoring Council's Data Management Work Group has been partnering with the IEP Data Utilization Work Group. And in fact, the data management plans was their first recommendation to the DUG, was to try to have IEP's data, or the data from the various program elements within IEP, to develop data management plans to try to at least start documenting and that was our starting plan, I think, for dealing with some of the data management coordination challenges. The DUG is, like I said, that's a first step, but it's something that the council's data management work group is starting to guide them in other directions to try to help them deal with some of those challenges. One of the things that I think has been a recent helpful exercise to go through that kind of gets to your question is that a number of us are involved with the AB 1755 effort that people have mentioned, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act. And one of the things that I've actually found has been quite useful through that exercise of working on that legislation is the idea of use cases. And one of the things that effort has been pointing to is thinking through I may not get this right, but it's who, what is the approach, is who needs what data in what form to answer what questions. And that's been something that I think has been a really useful exercise to go through, because it cuts across a lot of the questions that are being posed to the panel, and kind of cuts across all the monitoring enterprises. What are the monitoring questions that are important for various regulatory agencies or for other types of compliance issues? And what are the data that's needed to really look at those types of management questions, to inform the management decisions for adaptive management purposes? And so I think that has been a really helpful exercise, and that effort has only focused on maybe 20 use cases to start. But I see that as being something that can be useful for IP, it could be useful for the EcoRestore IEMIT, it could be useful for a lot of different efforts to actually go through that exercise of thinking what is really needed to bring data sets from various partners, from various monitoring programs, so that we can actually address the questions in an effective way. It can also start to address where gaps are in our monitoring efforts, or where there are challenges in terms of how data is being collected. There's a lot of things that I think that can be a really helpful and useful approach.
Thanks. So yeah, I'll just add that from my role as an advocate for open data at the water boards, I've been participating on statewide, regional, and a national dialogue on developing an Internet of Water is kind of the term of art that's being used right now. What we found in those dialogues around the country and around even within the state is this is not a unique problem to water. And so there's tons of lessons that can be learned from looking at the way health data flows. And so within the state of California, out ahead of us by a few years is really the health data community. So they've had an open data platform since 2015, I think. And they've been developing a lot of infrastructure and the framework needed to make data flow from hospitals, from doctors, from Medi-Cal patients to insurance companies, to dealing with sensitive information, dealing with timely need of information. So there's a lot that can be gleaned from, I think, other sort of getting out of the box of water. So one of the tools that I have found extremely useful is self-assessment surveys that are available for data readiness. One of the ones that I like is University of Chicago has one that sort of steps you through a series of questions about, you could be a project or you could be a program or an organization, and it steps you through a series of questions about how you collect your data, how you store it, how do you have support for it, the needs, do you make it accessible? So all these questions are generic and useful to anyone who's dealing with data in this current sort of age. So, and the other way to help me think about it is to think about the life cycle of data. So, as I mentioned, this, how you collect it, where you store it, how do you make it accessible, and then what kinds of analytical things do you have to turn it into information or not, and then the feedback loop on that.
Just to add to Greg's comment about the data readiness assessments, that's something that the estuary monitoring workup of the council is proposing to work with IEP to conduct the data readiness assessments to across the IEP program elements to try to come at the questions that Greg was posing that those readiness assessments seek to address. But it starts to be able to allow you to ask the question of which programs are maybe more ready to share than others, and then also for those that aren't ready, what support might they need to be able to get them up to that level, and what type of guidance or support is needed to get them there. So I think that's something that we're hoping to work with IEP to be able to address those questions, and I think the Doug has been a great partner to be able to, with a lot of motivated great scientists that are really able to be the champions like Val had mentioned to try to move that forward.
Karen, I'd like to ask you if, having heard all of these speakers on our panel, if after your wonderful presentation, if you'd have anything you'd like to add?
I guess what I would say is I encourage you to utilize the resource of the council.
Yeah.
And there may be a need for having a special meeting or something, I'm not sure what yet, but certainly a discussion of how we can coordinate. We're taking a hard look at ourselves. You're taking a hard look at a lot of the same things we're doing. So it seems to be a good opportunity to collaborate and work together. So I encourage you guys to think about that as part of as you're developing your recommendations, and is there a need to have that discussion while you're in the middle of your review? We're happy to make arrangements and make that happen.
I can promise you we will do that. And Val, you're not away either yet. You know, we'll find you. We know where you live. Any other last comments from the? Oh, please, Reiner.
Yeah, I particularly appreciate Karen's offer because it also ties in with stakeholders. There are stakeholder groups represented on the Water Quality Monitoring Council, so great idea. And this may also be a way to resolve some of these, the emerging comments from the panel too about, you know, the best kept secret, that there are a lot of people who don't know what the Water Quality Monitoring Council does and who they are. The same is the case for some of the work that the Stewardship Council has done on performance measures. I'm reminded of Karen's presentation of one of the barriers there, that it's an institutional barrier, really, that Val also alluded to. It's the resources that are available or not available for the indicator development, or the you know, what kind of metrics do you want to aggregate into output and outcome measures that can show you whether you are actually progressing and whether the monitoring information is actually helping change paradigms or approaches to management. So that is something that maybe I'd like to ask from a little bit of feedback from the panelists, what either the staff of the Stewardship Council and especially the science program can do, or how we can work with the contractor that's going to help the ISB do the, you know, sort of prepare for the review. What thoughts might you have about sort of pulling or daylighting some of these best kept secrets a lot more?
That's a good point.
I mean, just a real quick thought. I'm an engineer by background. I went to Humboldt, so it's kind of a biological engineering program. But I don't know much about the Delta smelt, but I do know that in the news you hear there are none. And then in other communities where they're doing environmental DNA monitoring, you hear, oh, they're out there. They're in places. And so this is an example to me where decision makers are not getting what they need out of this framework. And that's partly because of new methods for collecting. The question hasn't changed. It's this constantly moving forward methodology lens, right? So, and that relates to your question of the metrics, because like you need to have an adaptive system that allows new ways to collect data or turn something into information that might be useful to arrive, instead of having to go through this long slog of development and it's been peer reviewed and 5 years later it becomes a method, quote unquote. So in this current age with climate change and other pressures on us, I think we need to be collectively a lot better at doing what you just said.
And to just kind of mirror Greg's comment, one of the things that I think so to address your question about how to elevate some of these issues and to try to put it on people's radar, I think, for example, some of the executives within our own departments and agencies, one of the things that we've talked about with the Monitoring Council in terms of our next steps and where we are going moving forward is trying to think about how we rethink membership and to try to, one of the things that's on the table for us to consider is to try to have executives from various departments within Cal EPA Natural Resources be on the council in some capacity. And so we've talked about that, but I think that's another opportunity where these issues that we're talking about today are regularly brought up with representatives, high-level representatives within various departments. And what we found with the council is that the state board was really a heavy player in the council when it first started. And so a lot of the council's efforts have been really focused on the state board. But we've had champions within the state board who've really seen the value in what we do. And so I think that's where the more that we can instill that in other partners from other agencies, the better. And then to answer your question, Reiner, the more that we can cross-reference each other, have presentations about the work of the Delta Science Program, other efforts that are maybe relevant for the council or vice versa, like we're doing today with the ISB. I think the more that it's on the radar of high-level representatives and then down the chain, I think. So I think we're hoping to move in that direction where we can start to elevate some of these issues across more organizations within Cal EPA and Natural Resources at the very least.
Well, this has been really a fascinating 2 days, and when these two programs went back to back, IEP and the Monitoring Council, I never expected the similarities that would come out, the issues of communication, the issues of one or two people making this tremendous difference in terms of bringing people and programs together. Communication difficulties, with Twitter and Facebook. I mean, who would have thought we'd be talking about communication difficulties? But I think as Val kept on talking about, as individuals, it's getting people actually to do it and to work at that level and the level of the social scientists in terms of this. But it's been a fabulous 2 days, and I want to thank, not just you and Steve for being our main speakers, but the panelists that we had. It really was an incredible, helpful way of these two reviews that we're doing that are separate, but they're so interrelated, the IEP and the monitoring enterprise. So really, thank you, and I know Steve will want to express his thanks too as our chair. Oh, Laura, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make another comment, kind of take the discussion in a little bit different direction. In addition to collecting the water quality, I think, as my comments had pointed out, I think the Delta would benefit by having a greater integration of water quality data and the biological data, both in terms of like when it's collected so that you collect it simultaneously, but also in the data analysis. And as I mentioned, the directed outflow project started to try and do that. But we have sort of this water quality data, whether it's, pH or turbidity or whatever, contaminants kind of sitting out there. And then you have all the data that IEP is monitoring and like, where do they connect, in the data analysis, but also in just collecting them at the same time in the same place so you don't have confounding factors when you're actually trying to analyze the data.
Thank you.
Do you have a solution for that? Oh, okay.
I do.
I was just going to say, like I said, the directed outflow project, they had a boat, with EDSM boat collected the Delta smelt, and then a boat followed behind collecting this other stuff, food web, whatever. And maybe that's what it's needed, but if you have these separate, somebody mentioned the word silos of data, I think the water quality and the biological data are really siloed. Yet we're making decisions about, them. Yeah.
So Val, tell us.
Lori first.
Well, as you were talking, that just an idea popped into my mind. It's related to what Karen was saying about, you really should be looking at your data. And then also what Reiner said about how can we work together. I mean, one idea and one thing that we've worked, has been very successful for us within OWEMA is to kind of build these data stories and bring the data that we have together and start asking questions of that. So just,
The narratives.
trying it out. So if that's, if that's a question that people have, we can, we could work with you within OWEMA, within SWAMP to come up with maybe a data story or a sort of an interactive data exploration type of website that would at least show the data and give people, greater access to it, and then start answering those questions. And then from there, we would follow up with, okay, well, it would be much better if we had the boat behind the boat collecting the data, right? So, just a thought.
I would say that when you look at the structure of IEP right now, the regional boards are not a member, or the Central Valley Regional Board. When you look at DPIC, the regional board is not a member. So when you, are setting the table, it makes sense to set a place for the folks that you need to work with. And so I know that in the past, the regional board did request becoming a part of IEP. At the time, the state board felt they could adequately represent the regional board. I disagree with that decision, and I think it should be reevaluated. I love giving Adam more work.
Well, I think that's a great note to end on, the connecting of the water quality and the biological. That, to me, just seems just so important on anything you do in terms of monitoring. Well, on behalf of the board, again, I'd like to thank the panel and guest speaker. These two panels, as Vince says, has been really tremendously valuable to us, and we encourage you over the course of the next year or so as we continue to evolve these reviews of both IEP and monitoring. And as Tracy said, even the water quality report that's out now for public comment, we encourage you to do whatever you can to help guide us and keep us on track and give us any input you might have along the way, because it's really, you are the ones that know what's going on, and we could really use your input. So thanks again for your help. I think as far as our board meeting, the last item on the agenda is if there's any public comment on topics that were not on the agenda. Having seen none, pardon? Or I guess, or on this topic, you're right. Okay, well, I thank everybody for their attention over the last 2 days, and our board meeting's officially adjourned.